Okay, I will start the meeting. So I'm not gonna even bang the gavel because I do not want to pretend this is a council meeting. I'm just gonna call the meeting to order for Standing Committee of the Whole, July 8th, 2025. We're meeting in council chambers only because of construction up in the Douglas Cardinal boardroom. That's why we're here. But attendance today is 100% all in person. And Councillor Mackay, would you like to make a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yeah, that the July 8th, 2025 agenda be adopted as presented.
All right, I will call for the vote. We should have even brought our little handheld things. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. And then does anyone have any issues, additions, omissions, or any problems with the minutes? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the June 10th Standing Committee minutes.
That the Standing Committee, whoa.
Yep.
That the Standing Committee, the whole meeting minutes of June 10th, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that is passed unanimously. Okay, now we've got a big agenda, but hopefully we'll be out just shortly after lunch. We're starting with Daria, who has been working on the community vision and pillars of sustainability policy. 5.1. I have a little side story on this policy. We were in Calgary for Rotary and Daria got up at 5 a.m. to write this report. So that's dedication. Take it away, Daria, with your presentation, and then we can get into some questions.
Is that good here? This one? This one? Okay. I think we're almost there. My apologies. Good morning, Council. Yes, this morning I'm here to present the updated Community Vision and Pillars of Sustainability. Just to provide a little bit of a background first. As you know, this policy is one source of direction for our community. It's top of our strategic framework, meaning that everything else that we do, we work towards making sure that it aligns to what we heard from residents they want St. Albert to be now and into the future. So as we introduced this new Community Vision and Pillars of Sustainability in 2015, with over 7,000 residents providing input to draft the policy, we used it to update municipal development plan, as well as we're using it as we're developing long-range strategies, council strategic plan, with each council coming in adopting this policy as their collective vision for the community as well, to ensure that council strategic plan also aligns to what we heard from residents. And then as we develop corporate business plan and budget and delivery of services, we check to make sure that that we have an alignment. So as per policy, we are to assess to make sure that policy resonates with our residents. So that's after 10 years. So that's this year. And with this council's direction, the approach that we chose to do that is meeting with council committees. So as most of you know, because you are on those committees, I met with 7 council committees to receive input. And I also consulted with internal subject matter experts to make sure that what I heard from committees is translated into proper. Oh, for sure. Is that better? Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. So I also consulted with internal subject matter experts to make sure that recommended edits align with other planning and directional documents that we have. So I'll provide a quick overview of the edits that you received and then open up for any questions or comments that council may have. So this is a little bit blurry, so my apologies, this particular one, but I think it was a good visual to share. But overall, committee members felt that our community vision and pillars of sustainability document accurately captures a vision for a community. They didn't see any major conflicts between who we want to be in the future and how that was described within the policy. We did have some common themes across all pillars, which is that all committees really felt that, we should really change small town values to something that would reflect who we are today and who we want to be in the future. So they didn't disagree with what those values are. They just felt that we shouldn't be referring to them as a small town values. They also made a comment that throughout the policy, we should look at how we use the language that reflects inclusion, diversity, accessibility, and equity, and also to reflect the history that we know today. There was also overall comment that we shouldn't be listing the names of the buildings or types of trails because our community will grow and our community will change. And we don't want to have a policy where we have to keep perhaps adding things to it. And then also there was a comment to try to streamline the content where possible, mostly through the points that are listed for each of the pillars. So those were overall comments that were provided. So the task as we were looking at updating the policy was really looking at those common themes. As you can imagine, talking to about like 40 people or so, people will provide different perspectives, different preference for words, different desire for words and terminology used. So the challenge was to really look at common themes across all committees and make edits that would reflect that as much as possible and try wordsmithing where it doesn't add the great value. So as I proceed, I would ask council to think about the same, looking at the words that we chose and edits and the value of any, additional need for wordsmithing. So looking at community vision, what we've heard around community vision, as I mentioned, is the biggest change really is just addressing the comment around small town values. So we changed that to a sense of community. So for each, you will see edits that we're making. And then what you see in the word cloud is some of the key words that came up as we were talking to all council committees. And community was definitely something that everybody talked about, that we definitely want to be strong community and connected community and community that cares about one another. So changing the language to sense of community felt as the right way to address that common theme that came from committees. Then we went into each of the pillars of sustainability. And as you know, we have 5. So I'll start with social. So looking at the social, the key recommendations in this one related to that inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. So just making sure that we're using up-to-date language. And also I worked with internal subject matter experts to make sure that our language in particular for this one aligns with the social roadmap so that we're not using one terminology here and then something else somewhere else, as well as with our idea strategy that I believe is going to be presented to council next. So again, as we were updating community vision and pillars, what we heard from committee members and the terminology that we use across the organization right now with some of those directional documents is reflected in edits that you saw on here. Looking at economic, I think, there was quite a few comments provided for this particular one, preference, like comments around downtown. But for this one, again, we didn't hear disagreements that this is who we want to be. So a few edits were made just to make sure that, we reflect accessible business community and financial sustainability. And, just to recognize that we want to be thriving community, because some of the words that we had did not resonate with committee members for this particular one. As you went into built environment, this one had quite a bit of discussion in all committees. And I think it's because there was a lot of content on this one, as well as a lot of our committee members really see this as St. Albert, how we are built. So built environment as well as natural environment, they also saw these two as overlapping. So overall, the common theme was that, you know, there are synergies between the two. So if there is a bit of a feeling of repetition, it's appropriate because we want to make sure that we balance as we build our community to also take care of the environment. So as you can see, this one had, you know, a bit more of that trying to streamline input incorporated because across all committees, they felt that this one could use a bit of a streamlining. So the edits that you saw reflect that. And then natural environment, same with this one. All committees really were very passionate about natural environment, and they were very much up to date on, you know, what we should be doing and how we should be doing this, and had great suggestions on really overall just updating our terminology. And I also consulted with our internal subject matter experts to make sure that the terminology that we use now, 10 years later, aligns with our green environment strategy. Because as you know, that's our 10-year plan for green environment that needs to be in alignment with community vision as well. So when we were developing that strategy, we looked at the vision, and when we were updating the vision, we cross-referenced to make sure that we are consistent. Under culture, again, a great conversation with all committees. This one also has that common theme around acknowledging our history and our past, changing some language where we're not necessarily treasuring all of our past, but we're honoring our past and moving forward together, as well as reflecting that diversity of our community. So edits to this particular one were made based on those comments about diversity, inclusion, accessibility, and equity, and acknowledging our history that we know today. So if you look at the clean version of the community vision and pillars of sustainability, this is just a high level. I'm not sharing everything on the screen, but this is what it would look like. So the first part, a vibrant, innovative, and thriving city that we all call home, that sustains and cherishes its identity and sense of community. We are the Botanical Arts City. So you probably saw in what we heard report that most committees were not really sure on what we mean by Botanical Art City, and they had different interpretations of that. So when we were talking about this internally, we decided to keep it because it's very much part of our branding, and it's a lot of research and a lot of work goes into how we promote the city. So how we're going to address that particular feedback from committees is through ongoing communication. So we acknowledge that maybe we haven't done the best job to communicate in particular about Botanical Art City piece. So our communications team is committed to working with us, moving forward to see how we can get more information out to residents so that we have a bit more consistent understanding of what that means and why it's important. And then what's below is a high-level description of each of the pillars, because those descriptions form the overall community vision. And then, of course, the final version that council would receive on July 15 would have updated pillars as well. So with that, our recommendation today is that Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that the updated vision and pillars of sustainability policy attached to July 8 report is approved. We're recommending this one because, as I mentioned at the beginning, like I haven't heard anything from committees that said, this is not us, this is not who we want to be. I did hear update the language, reflect what we know today. So edits hopefully accomplish that. And also this recommendation will ensure that council coming in October has updated policy that they will use then to develop and validate implement council strategic plan. As you know, and may remember, one of the first things the council does is adapt community vision and the pillars of sustainability as their own to then work towards validating and establishing really their strategic plan for their term. We did provide alternatives in the report, but I will stop here and open up for any questions, comments that council may have, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you, Daria. It's nice that not major changes because 7,000-ish people were consulted in 2012 when we did. You were on the committee, Wes, right? Actually, I'll come to you maybe for the motion later if you're wanting to. But Wes might have some comments on that process and Sheena was too. There you go. So it wasn't 12, it would have been 13 or 14, something like that. And the branding was long before my time even on council, but we did spend a ton of money. And I do think the Botanical Arts brand is well ingrained in residents' vernacular and their conversation. So I've got some questions. So I'll go with you, Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation this morning. You had mentioned that when the original design of this, of course, repeated was in 2012, there was 7,000 people that provided input. And at this point in time, what's the total number of people that you collected information from on the committees for this redesign?
At this time?
Yes.
So I think probably around 40 altogether.
So it's quite a bit of smaller.
It's a smaller sample for sure.
Right, okay. And then the other question is, it was provided that council provides some adjustments or inputs to the policy, and I sent 18 of them through. Do we not discuss those or what process would you?
I
suggest
think,
for that?
Councillor Bermansky, if you have changes that you want, that has to come through motion. Right? It was
Pardon me?
presented to us as a whole, no changes. Barry's not going to make any changes until she gets council direction, not one councillor direction. So 100%, if you want to discuss them, we can, but I think they would have to be made through motion.
Okay, traditionally in committee, we would discuss changes or things that we would like to tweak in a policy, then it's taken back and.
Well,
then
I guess we could take it back, but what I'm just saying is Daria's not going to make changes based on one councillor's direction. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I would just
Yep.
say that those were shared with everybody to facilitate
Mhm.
discussion at your level, should you wish to have it today, but
Yeah.
it's not reflected in the policy, obviously, as was stated, because it was input that came leading up to today, and so that could form the basis for discussion and the direction to alter for certain.
Okay, so you're essentially telling me we aren't talking about it?
No, we absolutely can, but you just
We have a
bring them with, like, I would suggest, like, some of them that you had were common. Like, I think the word unique you mentioned a few times. So we could have maybe a general conversation about that, and then you can see if there's a sense that council does want to change it, and then we can do that through motion.
Okay, so I go through each one.
Well,
Step by
hopefully not each one, because I don't think it's our job to wordsmith the document, and don't forget this document was formed by input from our committees, and we don't want to ignore that, but 100%, we're open to whatever you want to have a conversation about or change.
Okay, I have another question then. When the few committees that I sit in, there was varying opinions, and some of the, I guess you probably collected from the group of committees opinions that were the same, but I didn't see agreement on the committees that I sat on some of the opinions. So how did you balance that?
So it's looking at common themes. So looking across all committees and what I've heard from all committees, and everybody has kind of equal voice, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if one person mentioned it, it doesn't necessarily carry the same weight as if I've heard it from several people across all committees. So as I was taking notes, that's what I was paying attention to. I would actually type out every time some verbatim comments from each member. And then when I was analyzing comments and basically consolidating comments, I was looking at how many times something repeated. So if it was mentioned once, valid, comment, but not necessarily something that would warrant editing the policy unless, I also heard it then from our subject matter experts, right? And then we would discuss it a bit more and make a decision. But that's how, looking at capturing verbatim responses from each member of the committee that spoke over 7 committees, and then looking for common themes that people are saying.
Okay, could you clarify subject matter experts, please?
So I met with Samantha, who is our Indigenous Relations Advisor, because quite a few comments from committees were around acknowledging our history, and the language that we use in policy doesn't reflect how we refer to our history now and going into the future. So I wanted to make sure that, I consulted with Samantha as somebody who is more knowledgeable in that particular area than me, certainly, as well as our both community facing, so community services team that developed social roadmap plan. And they also deal with community diversity, inclusion, equity, accessibility, as well as our human resources team that's leading development of idea strategy, because idea strategy is also about the same area. So I wanted to make sure that comments that I'm hearing from the committee around, we need to reflect that we want to be diverse community, inclusive community, that I wanted to make sure that I have their recommendation and their input on how we reflect that as we're updating the policy.
Maybe I could just tie that up real quick. So it's staff essentially is the answer, counselor, and it's the lead agency within city staff responsible for the key theme or the key observation that came out of those discussions.
And 2 agencies, to clarify, it's 2 agencies, CSAC and Indigenous then?
No, it was more than that.
One,
There's their departments, so the Indigenous Relations Advisor,
right.
Community Services team, so their community development staff, and HR team. And that's just for those 3 areas that, and environment, my apologies, and environment as well.
Okay.
Environment team, so forth.
That's all my questions.
Okay. Councillor Killick, you're up next.
Thank you. And Daria, thanks. I wondered where we were going to land on the small town values, because as you know, in CSAC, we probably spent 45 minutes or longer on that one, on 3 words. So I'm really glad to see sense of community is where we landed. The question I do have is just on page 36, it's at the very final end. I'm just would like to understand how we landed on the term First Peoples. That's not a term that is generally used. It's Indigenous, and that goes back to, way back when. So that word is fairly unique in this document. It's not something I'm familiar with. How did we land on that wording?
It's talking to Samantha, our Indigenous Relations Advisor, to get advice on the best way to word this one. And that this was recommended as a way to word this particular one.
Thank you. As
I
long
actually checked with her this morning again, because I'm reading this again, Samantha, and she confirmed that that's the way to, proper way to say it.
you were anticipating.
I was
my question.
anticipating, maybe, that's right.
Okay, that's great. It's just something I wasn't familiar with. So thanks for that clarification.
And I think that's, I had our communication advisor made the same comment, right? Because, I had communication advisor reviewing a document as well. And so I think we are learning together and moving forward. But this is the terminology that was recommended.
It works for everybody else. It works for me.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Daria, for doing the work. Just this last little conversation brings back the nightmare it was of putting this document together. And quite honestly, everything that you've taken out and replaced was actually considered by the committee at the time. And the idea of the committee at the time was actually to build a community vision that was unique to St. Albert. And the there was some strong language, you know, embrace, treasure, those kinds of very evocative language, but they were intentionally put in. And what has happened here now is that they've been wordsmithed out. And I'm not sure that it changes the content that much, but what it does is it reads like every other pillars of community of every other city. And so it's turned a bit vanilla. And if that was the feedback that you got from the community, the committees, I'm not going to argue with you, but I can tell you that it was an express intent of the original committee to take vanilla words out. That's my comment.
Thank you for that. If I may share with you exactly how it was shared with me, is that some of those words committee members felt were fluffy. And didn't really, like, it was just too much. They didn't feel like it's for everyday resident. So I did balance. I didn't
Yeah.
change everything, but again, I looked for common themes. Some words, there was one, people didn't even know what they meant, like they were Googling to understand what they meant. And they really felt that this should be written in a way that any resident of any age can read it and understand.
Yeah. And that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the experience that we went through.
Yeah.
We protect, embrace, and treasure. Because I'm on the page that you brought us, or Councillor Kelly. We must have spent an hour on whether we would use "well, we value," or let's find words that are more descriptive.
Mhm, mhm.
And it is what it is. And if this is the 2025 version of this community vision and values, I'm here, Madam Mayor, just to express what happened, 10 years ago.
Mhm.
So anyway,
Any questions?
well, she answered my question.
Okay.
How did it arrive at changing it? So.
Councillor Mackay?
Thanks, Councillor Broadhead. I treasure your comments.
Well, you value them for sure. Thank you.
And actually the comments that have been raised so far were copied in the committee that you attended, the policing committee, and we spent quite a while actually going through each and every one of these. And
Yep.
so I think that you grabbing the themes was accurate. I mean, you identified botanical arts. I know they did not have a clue of that. And so I know there's going to be a big job relating to communicating that or rebranding that or restarting that, because I think it is important. And the one that I'm going to come back to is in the economic, and it's around, and I'm not here to wordsmith, but it was around the fact that a lot of the committee members didn't feel that we had a thriving downtown. We want a thriving downtown, but we currently don't have a thriving downtown. So I was interested that in that bullet that you have where it specifically talks about downtown, you say you kept we have rather than using we want, and want is used in others. So it's not. So can you kind of go over the thought process there?
Well, and thank you for that question, because one of the common themes was that people kept asking, is this now or is this like, so they were looking at this document as we have it now. And the intent of the vision is that it describes we have it in the like 10, 20 years from today. So I was trying to keep, to be honest with you, consistency throughout the document without changing, because if I change so that it's we want, then I would have to do that for every statement. So again, I was trying to balance, does it really change significantly what we want to be versus, can we keep it and not added too much from what residents developed 10 years ago. So it was a balancing, but the general comment throughout was that it's written that people were not sure, like, is it now? Because now we don't. So I had to remind people, no, this is like, we have 10 years from today. We have 20 years from today. So that's really why.
Yeah, and I think that's what you explained back, but I just wanted to bring that out again, because I mean, it could, I'm not here to wordsmith and I'm not
No.
here to go through, but I just wanted, that was a kind of a common, I believe people looked at it in today's lenses versus aspirational, and that's how I think that needs to make sure that we get that message out, that this is a vision and how we're gonna achieve it, not where we are currently today and why, and keep on explaining that.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And that's our plan very much when we communicate this. Hopefully, council approves it to build that reminder in that this is looking into the future for sure.
Coming back to you, Councillor Brometsky.
Thank you. I'll go back to culture, where it's written, we are known for our progressive architecture, art, community design, which expresses our, and then distinct or unique was removed from there, and it just says expresses our identity and strong. Why did we take out the distinct or unique as recognizing our community?
Probably because it came up a couple, to be honest with you, because it came up a couple of times. I think overall throughout committees, some of the key words that they were repeating is unique. That, you know, we've overused it, and distinct, that, you know, it came up a couple of times, as well as just opportunity to streamline. And it's not, they didn't really feel like it's distinct identity. Like they really felt like we have our identity. That's the best I can, you know, recollect, but if it's in here, it's probably because it came up a couple of times.
Okay, I didn't hear it in my committees, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that what I'm finding here is a lot of it's quite generic, where you're not, it's supposed to be our pillars of our city. And the thing like taking out strong business, for example, and just businesses, and well, everybody has businesses and it's not representing what we're truly trying to represent just by removing one word in specific areas. So why would we have taken in that case the word strong businesses, you know, or thriving businesses or whatever?
But I think, Counselor, I would just say broadly, I think for a lot of those qualifiers,
Right.
you know, if council desires to keep those in, then it's a very simple mechanism to keep them in. But broadly, the commentary was that they were seen as hyperbole, or
Fluffy.
right? I guess fluffy was the term that was used, and it was more than one comment, and that's why it's reflected here for council's decision.
It's just interesting to me that, because I didn't hear that in any of my committees, right? So, I guess, and then the other under culture, it was that it's changed from, you know, proud and to acknowledgement, which I fully understand, but we're essentially saying in the documents that we can't be proud of anything in the city anymore, just acknowledge.
I think the comments that I heard through all 7 committees is that we're not proud of all of our history. But we
But we are.
acknowledge our history and we learn from it and we move forward together. So I think that's where that comment came
Okay.
from. And I've heard that, I think, through most, all 7.
Yeah, and it was mentioned that we're not proud of all of our history, but we're proud of some of the history, and that's not mentioned anywhere in the document, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair point. I was trying to keep it streamlined. So to say we're proud of some, but not all, I didn't really think it fits in the community vision document.
And, you know, to wordsmith, of course, is difficult. And I mean, I'm, you know, councils of the past worked hard on this, but it's just those few words that's all of a sudden changing it from a very generic, plain document that could be any city, not St. Albert, and not being proud and not being, you know, not praising business, not, you know, we've essentially removed many things that were good in the policy just by a matter of a few words. So in all those cases, you would say that it was the committees that thought those words should come out, or more of the experts that thought those words should come out, if you were comparing?
No, I would say there were common themes. Like what subject matter experts helped is with those themes that were identified to ensure that we're using proper wording.
Okay,
Because I know what I've heard from committees, for example, your environmental one, like they're very technical. It's not my area of expertise whatsoever.
right.
But I heard them. I had comments from them. So, I went back to our environment team and I said, okay, I need you to help me now determine how do we change the language. So so they were not changing because they thought it needed to change. They helped me incorporate what we heard from each committee.
And maybe I could, that's an important point to your question, Councilor Mansky, is staff did not initiate any of these themes or changes. Staff were consulted when a theme was identified to find wording. But this was not a grassroots staff led, hey, we should change this. Those came from those themes identified
Right.
at the committee consultation level.
It's just important, like from my perspective, that, you're representing your committees too,
Mhm.
because there's many things in here that I didn't hear on any of the committees. So maybe they were the odd ones out in your calculation or whatever, but I found that a little bit concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As in the report, it says that there is alternative motion, and as Mr. Fletcher explained earlier as well, if council would like to change any of this, we
Right.
could change some of those words. I met with 7 committees, right? So each
Right.
council member would have had different experience. I can tell you that the one that had the most changes is actually policing committee, but they were really unique across, because if I did what policing committee wanted to do, you would see completely different
Right.
version of edits today.
Right.
So I had a challenging task of balancing between 7 committees. So open to council suggestions, of course, but it is a bit of a balancing act for sure.
Okay, and one more question for the CSAC, it was targeting feedback, right? They targeted specific groups for feedback in there.
It wasn't specific groups. So it was all council committees that were engaged.
No,
And-
for the CSAC, like you said, you got feedback from there.
It's just one staff from Community Services Department,
Oh, okay.
not an agency.
Yeah.
It's a member of administration.
Okay.
Samantha is member of administration, environment, Megan, she's member of administration. She's my fellow coworker. So that's who I go to as subject matter experts for themes that I've heard talking to committees.
Okay. And was it related to that last report they did? On the community feedback, was it related to that at all or not?
I'm sorry, which report?
I thought you said it was related to the report that CSAC did recently. So just let me see my notes here.
Social roadmap?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
It's not related to that. I just wanted to make sure that there is alignment with the terminology and language that we use. So what I was hearing from committees was that our community vision and pillars of sustainability document needs to reflect diversity that we want it to see in our community, inclusion, accessibility, and equity. That's what I heard across all 7. So then, I went to our internal subject matter experts and said, okay, this is what I've heard. How are we describing this through the social work that we do? How are we describing this through idea strategy? So just to make sure that as you see those other documents, we're consistent with language and terminology that we're using, because that's the alignment across the organization that we need to ensure so that we can guide councils and provide
Right.
recommendations in the future. So I just did that to make sure that what we say here is not in conflict with other directional documents and the work that we do. And also what's in here will direct updates on any potential documents down the road. So I wanted to make sure that I'm taking proactive approach to ensure consistency where possible.
Thank you. That's it.
All right, I see no more questions. Counselor, I was gonna say, you sure you want to make the motion, Counselor Brad? You're good? Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that the updated vision and pillars of sustainability policy, C-CG-11, attached to the report dated July the 8th, 2025, entitled Community Vision and Pillars of Sustainability Policy, C-CG-11 be approved.
All right, I'll accept that. Go ahead.
All right, well, I certainly want to state that the work done by administration to bring this policy to the city committees, I think brought value. And as I read it, the intent and the vision, if you will, that was put together by over 7,000 of our residents back in 2015 still lives on in the document. That doesn't change. It may be clearer in language used today. And quite honestly, I believe it's a little less punchy, but it still reflects what our community has a vision of St. Albert and what we hope to be. And so to that end, this is the 2025 vision or version of it. In 2035, I'm sure they'll have different edits. So I'm not here to wordsmith the document. We'll be here for a week if we do that. So in any case, I hope my council colleagues see that this version of the community vision and pillars of sustainability actually reflect what our community put together. So to that end, I make the motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bermansky.
Are we doing questions or just comments?
We're in debate now.
Okay. I'll just hold off then.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's super important that we recognize that this document is a living document. It is going to be aspirational for where we want to be in 10 years. But it's also something that is a tool that the city uses and takes very seriously in helping guide, as it says, a shared community vision to govern and align all strategic planning and decision-making efforts across the city. This is not a document that just sits on a shelf somewhere and we go back 10 years from now and revisit it. It is a document that is used across the organizations to do a checkpoint and say, you know, is whatever change we're making, whether we're going to invest in more environmental initiatives, that we can go back and look at our document here, our community, and say, yes, it aligns to that, or it aligns to inclusivity of our playgrounds. It's documented here. This is what is a high level guiding us. So it's important that we engaged all the committees, got everybody's feedback, had a very difficult job of combining and wordsmithing, and coming up to something that is agreeable to everybody. But again, it's a very important document because it's the highest level we have in the city that starts to guide all the work that happens below it. And in that respect, Daria, thank you for pulling this together and the work and engagement with everybody. It is going to help guide us as we go forward in the future for the next 10 years. Maybe we'll do a midterm check-in or update. But it will be important that it is reviewed with the next council. I'm sure we'll have some new members. But it is not just a paper exercise, and a lot of hard work went into that. And we should recognize that on a go forward basis, just how important this is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. And to administration, Derry, I appreciate all the work that you put into it. I know it was, you know, compiling all the committees and everything. It It allowed a lot of your time used up. The one thing that I would mention with the policy is sometimes we don't want to wordsmith, but we did actually wordsmith some words out of this document that made a big difference to what those 7,000 people said at the last time. And so as I went through the policy, there were some very, very positive changes, which, I commend you for those. But in reading this document, by removing, the pride, the being proud of your city, removing the strength in the businesses, just simple things like that. It takes a lot away from the document. And as Councillor Killick mentioned, it's a very important document, highest level document that we plan everything around in the city. And when we've just pulled so much out of it that I guess watered it down is how I felt about it. And again, I support many things that you did in the document, but there's so many that I do not support. So I guess everyone knows where I stand on that. And I'm seeing it as like another renaming policy that we could do this policy better too. And policy is so important. And it's council's job to design policy. And, we sit here and say that we shouldn't wordsmith and whatever, but we're not as a council really designing policy if we don't look at those words and wordsmith once in a while. So I can't support this, but I do appreciate the work that you put into it. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'll just thank the committees. I think that it's nice that all of our advisory committees were given the opportunity to represent their community through their service on these committees to do this work. So I just want to acknowledge that input, and I actually, Daria, look forward to finding, a future council with a project charter to redo the whole thing, because it is now 12 years old or something like that. It does cost a lot of money to do 7,000 people community input, but it was worthwhile. And I don't think we're quite ready to redo it, but I think in the future, we probably should find that dollars and reevaluate what it looks like maybe in 15 to 20 years after. But this document does reflect community input through the committees. And because of that, I will 100% support what they have said and support this document. So, Councillor Broadhead to close.
I don't think anything more needs to be
Yeah.
said, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes by majority with Councillor Matsky opposed. We are now on to the idea strategy. And we've got Laura and Jenny from HR. They're going to be virtual.
Well, yeah, and we've got some folks in the back.
Oh, in the other room?
Yeah, so if
Okay.
we could take
Do
a
it
couple of
chair
minutes just to
switch. Yep.
retool, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's take 5 minutes. Martin wants to be home by noon, so. Okay. All right, Mr. Fletcher, you got a big team here. And I see Ryan here with HR and Norquest. So do you want to do some introductions and kick this off, or do you want Ryan to?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Maybe I'll just, again, I think this is a very important discussion today, focused, I'll just maybe set the stage. Focus specifically on the council policy, component of the overall idea architecture, right? That will inform City of St. Albert going forward. And so I'll turn it over to Ryan perhaps to lead any introductions and to get on with things. Thank you.
Yep. Good morning, Mayor Herron and members of council. It is a privilege to be here today and introduce this agenda item. Our team is excited to provide council an update on the work that preceded our attendance here today, and we are here to engage council in their governance role regarding inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Some quick introduction. So who you don't see here today is Diane McMorty, who's our project sponsor and away. I'm Ryan Stovall. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Safety and the business owner of this project. To my 2 spots over is Laura Horton, the Manager of Workforce Strategies and Development and the city's project manager for this item. To my immediate left is Jenny Bourne, our Inclusion and Engagement Specialist with the city. And we're joined today by Dr. Zaina Sleeman, who's with the Colburn Institute of Inclusive Leadership, and Belin Samuel as well. We have a thorough presentation planned, so as best possible, if we can save questions to the end, that's preferred. Please kind of jot down your questions, and we think that many of your questions will be answered throughout the presentation. I'm going to pass it now to Laura Horton, who will continue our presentation, and we'll continue through today.
There we go. Thank you very much for the time today. We've prepared a presentation that we will provide context for you folks around the 2 recommendations that we bring forward. Portions of the presentation will be provided by myself, and then I will also pass it to our colleagues here from the Colburn Institute to also share some of the presentation as well. As a part of the agenda report, council has been provided with the drafted council policy for discussion and decision today. And we also provided the 5-year idea strategy, which is a guiding document for administration that has been provided to you for information. So we do have 2 recommendations for council that we're asking you to consider today. The first is that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that policy C-HR-04, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, attached to the July 8th, 2025 agenda report entitled Idea Council Policy, be approved. And that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that upon the approval of policy C-HR-04, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, that policy there's a typo on there, that the related policy, inclusive hiring, be rescinded at the same time. So we suspect that many of your questions, as Ryan had mentioned, might be answered as we go through our presentation. So we do just remind you to jot down your notes or your thoughts as we're going through the presentation. And we really do look forward to your comments and your questions at the completion of our presentation. If you can wait to the end, that is certainly appreciated. So today what we will do is we will provide a recap of why we've undertaken this work and the efforts that we've used over the past year to get us here today. With the assistance of the Colburn Institute, we will briefly introduce the approach that was taken to assess our current state and to craft the IDEA strategy and the IDEA Council policy. The IDEA strategy has been approved by our project sponsor, Diane McMorty, and is supported by our CAO to begin implementation over the next 5 years. We will provide context for the recommendation to council to approve the IDEA Council policy, and we will provide rationale for the rescinding of the Inclusive Hiring Council policy upon approval of the IDEA Council policy. We will then conclude our presentation by taking you through our recommendations and their potential impact before we open up the floor to your valued questions and comments. So we will start with a brief history of the IDEA Strategy Development Project, and I'll draw your attention first of all to the acronym that we will be using throughout today's presentation, which is part of the branding of this work, using the IDEA acronym to capture the principles of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. You're probably familiar with other acronyms that you might hear out and about of DEI or EDI. We landed on the IDEA acronym as we felt it best represented the approach that we wanted to take. The inclusion of accessibility was important to us to recognize the work already done within our organization in accessibility. And we also just liked the acronym IDEA as well to brand this. So you're welcome to read more about the definitions for each of these specific words that you found in the IDEA strategy document. So in December of 2023, Council approved the noted motion on the screen here, which provided funding for a new FTE position to support diversity and inclusion work within the organization. Per Council direction, the first year funding of that FTE was allocated in 2024 to the development of a diversity, inclusion, and equity strategy. In 2025, we successfully recruited to this new FTE position, now entitled Inclusion and Engagement Specialist, and I invite you to welcome Jenny Bourne, who assumed this role in March of 2025. At the same 2023 Council motion, Council approved a base budget increase to create a permanent and sustained inclusive hiring program for peoples with disabilities. In 2024, we engaged both a cross-departmental team within administration, as well as seeking external expertise to assess and co-craft the IDEA strategy, administrative directive, and council policy. The Colborne Institute for Inclusive Leadership originates from Norquest College and is comprised of a committed and highly qualified team of inclusion specialists who help organizations create safe and inclusive spaces through custom solutions backed by data, evidence-based research, benchmark analysis, and best practices. Today, we are joined by the SILS Director, Dr. Zaina Sleeman, and the Leadership and Inclusion Advisor, Belin Samuel. So thank you for coming with us today. Before we provide you with an overview of the process undertaken by the Colborne Institute to create the deliverables that we've provided you today, it is important to be reminded of the rationale for why we've undertaken this work. Through this work, we recognize the varying positive impacts that would be received and realized and sustained both at the community level as well as at an organizational level. Research has proven that building an inclusive and welcoming community has benefits to community relationships, resident satisfaction, and equitable services and housing. At the organizational level, an inclusive organization that breaks down barriers to employment and participation has greater performance, accountability, and resiliency. I just realized that this is in the way. We also see these impacts already being advanced both through our city's status as a welcoming and inclusive community and the inclusion statement that you see on the screen in front of you, as is found on our public website. And for administration, our employees crafted an updated organizational vision statement in 2024 that serves as the foundation from which IDEA initiatives can grow. It is through joint commitment like this that meaningful and long-lasting impacts can be achieved. The City of St. Albert has demonstrated ongoing commitment to fostering a welcoming and inclusive community and strives to exemplify this work through its programs and services. We recognize and honor the excellent work that has been supported by Council that positively impacts inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. In bringing the IDEA policy forward today, alongside other agenda items that also touch on similar themes, we can see a cascading of interrelatedness. Guided by the community vision, and this IDEA Council policy establishes ongoing commitment, governance, and intent to sustain efforts over time through areas of Council influence. And this also, the community vision also informs the development of our IDEA strategy. The inclusive playground strategy that our colleagues from Recreation and Parks are bringing forward in a few moments' time is a demonstration of the types of actions that make a meaningful difference in our community towards inclusion and equity. We will now provide you with additional background information that helps inform how the IDEA strategy and the IDEA Council policy were crafted based on engagement, assessment, and data analysis. I would like to invite Dr. Sleeman now from the Colborne Institute to share with you the methodology that was used to assess and design these deliverables that we share today.
Thank you, Laura. So the Colborne Institute for Inclusive Leadership uses a customizable assessment tool called Momentum that we have developed and used with a variety of post-secondary institutions, municipal governments, and private businesses. The assessment itself uses key indicators to identify felt belonging, overall safety, and the experience of all members within an organization. It is a diagnostic tool that allows us to identify areas of growth within an organization. It allows us to measure the level of inclusion already existing within the institution. And we use this using a harm reduction approach. So the key to our Momentum model is a look at where harm and barriers are existent within the organization and where those growth opportunities exist. So we used our Momentum model with the city corporation, and measured their level of diversity, inclusion, equity, and accessibility. And Bilen will speak a little bit more about the results. The assessment tool itself measures 5 domains within the corporation that include things like space and culture, accountability, organizational resource investment, and we also look at external relationships. And so we speak to both staff internally, we speak to leadership, we look at the organization's level of compliance with regards to equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. And then we also speak to community members, so Indigenous nations, as well as companies and communities that work very closely with the city government. In terms of the results, I'm going to hand it off to Bilen, who will speak a little bit about what we found from our research and data collection. And we, in the end, used all of that data in order to inform the development of the council policy, as well as the IDEA strategy that you all have a copy of. I'll hand it over to Bilen.
Thank you, Dr. Sleeman, and thank you, Laura. Thanks. Prior to conducting this all-staff survey, we hosted one virtual and one in-person information session alongside the city's Department of HR and Safety. As part of our assessment, we also conducted interviews with executive leadership and one in-person focus group discussion with senior leaders to provide us with an understanding of the organization's resource investment and a comparative analysis to staff IDEA experiences at the corporation. We also held private and confidential interviews with staff virtually. We conducted in-person or virtual interviews with the most impacted Indigenous partners, which included both Indigenous nations and Indigenous organizations. At the same time, we simultaneously interviewed and conducted a digital survey that engaged locally serving community organizations or community partners, and virtually met with locally serving community organizations. During our data analysis stage, we also reviewed city council policies and administrative directives and held discussions with internal departments of the city to complete our IDEA compliance portion of the overall assessment. As a result, we found the City of St. Albert to be 100% in compliance with the IDEA-related legislation that we looked at for this assessment. As a result, as part of our key outcomes, we developed a website accessibility recommendations report and conducted an intranet accessibility audit in November. And we also drafted a comparative municipality report that offered an environmental scan of EDI at municipalities such as the City of Edmonton, Lethbridge, and Red Deer in December. Thanks. Our overall IDEA measurement of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility of the City of St. Albert met level 1 of our momentum growth cycle. So this means that the city reached a compliance stage, which recognizes that the City of St. Albert meets all legislative standards that are applicable. As part of this process, we also provided a list of lengthy recommendations that the city can look at and return to in 2030 and beyond as part of our maturity measurement report in late January. From these recommendations that we provided, we conducted 2 visioning sessions one virtual session with staff and leadership, as well as one in-person visioning session with the IDEA Project Advisory Committee. During these sessions, we co-strategized IDEA priorities for the years to come, envisioned staff and leadership's IDEA policy priorities, and co-defined the city's IDEA vision statement, of which the city made their own in alignment with the city's vision statement. We then wrote an IDEA council policy and administrative directive with the support of the city, who embraced IDEA principles and approaches while making it their own. We'll take a moment to introduce the city's IDEA strategy that we had the privilege and honor of co-strategizing in collaboration with the Department of HR and Safety and the IDEA Advisory Committee. I think it's important to also mention that our aim was to really ensure that it was authentic to what we heard from all participants, with the inclusion of city staff, partners, and leaders, while also ensuring that it was realistic to the city's capacity over the next 5 years. And we believe that that was also the city and the committee's priority as well. This 5-year strategy is designed to guide the city's administration action IDEA commitments as informed from city employees, Indigenous partners, and community partners. In doing this work, we recognize that many of these efforts have not been new, but have been a continuation. The strategy, therefore, has actively incorporated existing and ongoing work, such as the Reconciliation Action Plan being developed and the Community Social Roadmap, as well as external reports, such as the Pehonan Engagement Report. Our widespread and rigorous consultation with Indigenous partners, community partners, city departments, and employees produced 5 IDEA priorities or pillars that make up the City of St. Albert's IDEA strategy. Starts with a commitment to reconciliation by recognizing Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action and UNDRIP as corporate and municipal responsibilities, with the aim of meaningfully committing to treaty responsibilities and relationships with Indigenous partners. The next strives to deliver inclusive and equitable services that are more collaborative, further reflective of community needs, and designed to address social, physical barriers that cause exclusion and inequity. And thirdly, while the city upholds its occupational health and safety obligations to uphold comprehensive safety or overall safety, as outlined in the council policy, the third pillar embeds safety throughout the organization. The next is committed to build and retain an inclusive and diverse workforce. So the corporation intentionally is dedicated to removing barriers that have previously historically excluded equity-deserving people from working and living in the city of St. Albert. The final pillar strives to provide education and awareness, to increase bias awareness, strengthen commitments to anti-racism, and to work towards inclusion and accessibility. To successfully actualize IDEA work that the city is dedicated to, as well as the city's strategy, we need support from City Council. City Council's future actions, and as well as the policy directions. Similar to the city's IDEA strategy, we drafted a council policy that was responsive to what we heard internally from the city, as well as externally from Indigenous partners and from community partners. Our alignment to the data we gathered from staff and external interviews and meetings with Indigenous partners and community partners includes a clear and meaningful commitment to TRC calls to action, to UNDRIP, as well as meeting the cultural, accessibility, psychological well-being, and overall needs so that everyone can thrive in the city of St. Albert. Referencing existing policies, we aimed to use shared language that reflected the city's mission while introducing IDEA-driven principles and approaches to support the city's IDEA commitment, efforts, vision, and growth.
As you. Oh. As you've seen in the drafted policy, responsibilities have been outlined to help guide and support both council and CAO actions and decision-making. These responsibilities are highlighted here on the screen for you. The policy also outlines expectations, which at a high level demonstrate how actions and behaviors can look while in alignment with IDEA principles. So as council reviews agendas and makes decisions that impact our community, this policy assists in outlining key principles that can serve as guideposts to your actions and decisions through commitments to upholding the calls to action to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, commitments to fostering inclusion and diversity within our community, commitments to supporting equitable and safe environments for all community members, and commitments to considering accessibility in the built environments and within city employment opportunities. As you consider the recommendation to rescind the inclusive hiring policy, please consider that the rescinding of this policy in no way stops or limits the work that will be undertaken in the inclusive hiring operational program. It is an attempt simply to streamline redundancies in council policies. One of the identified priority actions within the IDEA strategy is to update and reinstate the inclusive hiring program that began in 2017. Efforts are currently underway to redefine and implement a sustainable inclusive hiring program for people with disabilities in line with employment support best practices. This work is led by an inclusion engagement specialist with input from human resource business partners, other municipalities, and local support services. It will be sustained through the permanent funding for the inclusion and engagement specialist position, as well as the funding for the ongoing employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. The purpose, policy, responsibilities, and standards of the current inclusive hiring policy are captured within the new proposed IDEA Council policy to ensure the continuation of this program. On the screen, you can see that commitment number 9 and number 10 of the new IDEA Council policy refer specifically to the inclusive hiring program. Number 9 states that council shall support a city program to foster employment with persons with disabilities. And number 10 states the city shall ensure equal access to employment opportunities, including provision of reasonable accommodation and reduction of elimination of barriers to employment, access, retention, or promotion. Progress on the inclusive hiring program will be reported to council as deemed necessary by council. As we come to the conclusion of our presentation, I want to remind you of the 2 recommendations in front of you today. Listed on the screen here, we are recommending decision today from council to recommend that council approve the IDEA Council policy listed here. And we also recommend, pending support of the first recommendation, that the existing inclusive hiring council policy be rescinded. As you make those decisions, we do ask you to consider the impacts and the risks as were outlined to you in the agenda report. We've provided them within the agenda report in a comprehensive manner, and I'll go over them here at a high level. The council policy establishes responsibilities for the CAO and directs administration to action and report upon the IDEA strategy. While work is currently underway in some of the strategy actions already, other actions may require new effort going forward, which will be managed within the prioritization of standard operational business plans and workloads. There are recognized impacts to finance, which, if and when they arise, would be managed through annual budget deliberations. Compliance and legal. The policy ensures that we will the IDEA policy ensures that we will continue to comply with relevant legislation, including the Alberta Human Rights Act and the Occupational Health and Safety Act, code and regulations, and helps support progress towards the obligations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. On an organizational impact, there is a tangible representation of the sustained commitment to inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility with positive impact within both the organization and through administration services and programs to the community. On the risk sides, fundamentally, the IDEA Council policy provides risk mitigation in several areas within the community and the organization. The IDEA Council policy provides a solid foundation to minimize risk on council strategy and provides support for advancements of council's strategic priorities. From both a culture and people and operational perspective, we expect that this policy will aid in improved employee engagement metrics, health and safety performance, employee experience with the city as an employer. This ultimately impacts the community and stakeholder satisfaction with city programs and services. The policy also addresses the compliance and legal risks associated with human rights and occupational health and safety complaints and investigations, allowing us to address issues at early stages and generate better solutions. So I do thank you for your time and your attention today. As we conclude our presentation, we now open the floor to your comments and your questions.
Okay. Thank you for this. Councillor Mackay is the first up to ask a question, so go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go mic drop. Very,
That's a question?
yeah, no.
You dropping Mike?
No, I'm not dropping mic. Thank you for the very comprehensive and very detailed report, and thank you to Colborne Institute. Thank you very much. I know a colleague of mine works for Norquest, Mr. Dan Jones. The one question I have really actually is in relations to when we start to get into the actual nuts and bolts and actions and measures. There's really, other than what, and thank you very much for the kind of the slide that identifies governance and the roles of council and all that, but you were specifically identified on that one slide, and it's, I'll just port to it as I'm.
Hold on, Ken, I can't.
Yeah, I'm just holding, waiting
Yeah.
for the noise to stop for it. It's on page 21 of the actual report, 68 of our, and it just says, provide council with learning opportunities on IDEA, and then examples, inclusive decision-making, cultural awareness, and with tools and resources to incorporate inclusive selection practices to increase diversity on committees of council. Is that the only action and measure that is assigned to and it's really probably not even to council, it's more from internally. So is there any other actions other than a governance role that council would have?
So yes, from the actions, that is the primary action that does impact council, is helping provide opportunities for council to participate in educational and awareness opportunities.
So that's the only one out of all of those areas? Those are the only ones that really are, or other than the overarching governance kind of aspect? Is that
It's
correct?
the only, I guess, targeted area. And even that, right, it's to provide those opportunities. Council will determine, if and when they avail themselves of it. But yes, that is the one that's targeted specifically to council, to your question. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something that would be factored into orientation then through an orientation package?
Yes, absolutely. And we have considered that. We don't know whether we would be nimble enough to provide a suitable education for this fall election orientation. But we certainly will be within the next year to two. So it will be a bit of an off-cycle opportunity to participate in workshops that we're anticipating.
I just think that I mean, if it can be, and I recognize the workload that's potentially involved with that, because you've got 2027 as the identified time frame. But
Yeah, for sure. So
Um,
we do anticipate, again, something within the first 4 years of the next term of the next council term. And then what we hope to do is to embed it within that orientation for future council orientations.
yeah, I think there's some effort even in relation to, I know Alberta Municipalities is putting out a lot of information as to preparing interested residents that may want to run for a position, but I'd like to see how we could engage with diverse communities around giving them the opportunity and the information as to how they could even get on council so that they actually better represent our community.
That's a great idea. Yeah. And participation on committee councils as well is another area that we're hoping to provide some supports for greater diversification.
And I recognize that when you have that committees of council, because a lot of us started on committees of council.
Mhm.
So, I mean, if we can start to break down those barriers, that actually encourages people to feel that they can actually provide input into the community. I think there's a motion on the floor from one of our councilors around inclusion, social inclusion committee. So, but I mean, it'd be something interesting to get that material out as soon as we possibly can, so people that are in our community that represent, and we've got the latest statistics that show how our community is increasing in diversity. So anyways, those are just more comments than
No questions, I noticed.
it's committee.
Counselor Killick, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm gonna try and take a stab at a somewhat difficult question. And it's around the diversity in our community already. And the example I would use, we have a city to run. It requires operations 24/7, 365 days a year. And you mentioned that we would fit this in around our operational needs. An example would come to mind of Ukrainian Christmas. It's a pretty simple one, I think, that says some Ukrainian families may still wish to celebrate Christmas on January 7th and not take the traditional, more broadly accepted date of December 25th. Some nationalities require family members to take 10 days of mourning when somebody in their family dies. That's a pretty extreme situation, but it may highlight how would we manage to run the city around all of these very diverse requirements and still run the city effectively and then also stay within the broader guidelines of the Human Rights Act. And there's a lot to unpack in that question, but I'd love to understand a little bit more from your perspective.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll just offer a quick introductory comment and turn over to Mr. Stovall. I think we're already doing some of that, to be perfectly frank with you, just based on the flexibility that's built into some of our policies and essentially enabling decision-making at the lowest level possible to support people's needs. So it's generally working, right? But the reality is that our job is to provide an output, to your point, right? Our job is to assist with this community's vibrancy and resilience. And so that is first amongst equals, and then everything else sort of fleshes out underneath that. But it's possible to do all of it. It truly is, with the right policies, the right approach, I think the right leadership style. So maybe I'll stop there from a 30,000 foot level and offer it over to Mr. Stovall.
And I would just add that so we are coming from a compliance lens already, so know that that's in play, but we plan to review our administrative directives with an IDEA lens and see if there's ways to craft it to be even more flexible or be flexible in a way that meets needs that we're not thinking of today, but without enhancing a whole new leave and compensation package. It's about using what we already have in a smart way.
And I think maybe if I could just offer one final thought on that, it's this will sound sort of maybe perhaps corporate, but effectively what you're talking about is a business continuity challenge, right? And so we do that day in and day out for things like personal leave, as an example, much less cultural or personal requirements. So those can be broadly adapted to manage both those things with a successful outcome.
I was pleased to hear that, we were big check mark on the box, so we were already compliant. So that was good, but I see this expanding and wanted to ask that question. Ryan used the word lens. That it kind of brings me to the next question that's referenced in the documentation, that trauma enforced means the use of a lens. It goes, I won't read the whole comment, but I'd like to have a better understanding of what that means and how it translates into, again, how we operate the city in a way that, as it says, it reduces the likelihood of further harm and allows the opportunity for healing and growth. It kind of goes from here to current situation to future situation. There again, a lot to unpack in that one paragraph, so I'd love to have some comments on what that means.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Killick. I'm going to pass over to Jenny Bourne here to provide some commentary.
Thanks. That's a really excellent question, and it's been coming up, so I really appreciate you asking that. So I think it's in the strategy, just so you know, we are building a glossary of terms, just because there's a lot of new terminology for people, right? And as Daria had mentioned earlier, we want to make sure we have a shared understanding of a lot of these terms. So that's very important. And without getting into the whole history of trauma-informed that comes out of the medical community, and at a very base level, it is understanding other people's experiences. And like having the ability to understand other people's experiences could be very different than ours. And so how they react or interact or communicate might be very different. And that can show up in many different ways. But just to let you know, this is already happening. Actually, in the city, I sit on the committee for the Fire Hall number 4, and the architects are using a trauma-informed design lens. Right. So they're talking about, some of the most common experiences of firefighters that have caused trauma, that make it maybe difficult to reintegrate back into work, and just to make sure it's a safer physical building, as well as in, interactions, et cetera. So in every situation, it could be very different, but at the most base level is just understanding everyone has different experiences. And so we just need a shared understanding of, or definition of, what trauma might be. And it's just understanding people's different approaches. Did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I can just quickly add to that. And it's about creating those structures that don't perpetuate those harms. We see this again, for example, like with victims of assault, and the way that they're being questioned. When they're being questioned without the understanding of the harm that they just experienced, that it perpetuates that cycle of harm. And so in that, we're creating systems so that people aren't being constantly re-triggered by the systems that are meant to support them and help them.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was kind of, it's on page number 46, it's item number 4. I'll just read it because it's only 3 lines, but it's council in the city shall eliminate barriers and or create opportunities for diverse representation and participation within the city administration, council membership, and committee membership. So council membership is decided by the election. What role can council and the city take to eliminate any barriers if it's elected by the people?
No, it's a very good question, Councillor, and I think it goes back to what Councillor Mackay had asked earlier. Fundamentally, it's about removing those barriers so that everyone feels empowered to step up. That citizens of St. Albert will decide who is on council at the end of the day, right? But I guarantee you out there are folks who don't run, either because they're unaware or perhaps there are barriers in place to them being able to come forward. And it's ultimately about that messaging and that reality. And so I'll turn it over if the team's got anything to add on that, but I think that's fundamentally what it is.
I would just add that, I mean, if we're designing material and providing it to a diverse population, maybe hearing impaired, visually impaired, that group, we could probably get interest, maybe not on council, but interest in the door. And then if that ultimately results in a new council member because of that, that's one of the barriers potentially removed, as an example, and then pass it over to my colleague here.
And I'll just add that having an idea council policy based around idea is actually one of those mechanisms that will help attract people from diverse populations to say, this is a safe place for me to join a council or a committee. So again, it's these pieces of our pillars of sustainability that talk about our inclusion, our policies that build it in, that bake in inclusion to how council and administration will work, that actually create that perception and hopefully the reality of safety for people to join.
Good. Thank you for that clarity.
Awesome. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, just to preface my comments, great report. And you know, you did a lot of work here and certainly support what's going on. Having said that, got a couple of questions. One is around governance. Can you just take me through the thought process that led you to develop a strategy, approve a strategy, publish a strategy, and then bring a council policy to council? I don't know how we question the policy. It seems like it's a fait accompli here.
Yeah, perhaps I'll take an initial stab at it, Councillor. And so I'll be honest with you, the strategy and the intended administrative directive, we're going to do some of this regardless of whether there's a council policy or not, right? There are things that from a CAO perspective at administrative level that are good. Not only is it the right thing to do from a personnel people perspective, it just as importantly, it's a right thing to do from an efficiency and effectiveness perspective. And so there are hundreds of administrative directives signed that don't have attendant council policies. And so we'll put that there. I think that the policy is much broader. The policy speaks to what you expect from me, codifies what you expect from me, I think fundamentally, and then sends a message out to the broader community. And so you could not have a council policy, right? You could quite easily not have this council policy. I would offer to you the strategy as it exists would generally go, but that communication of your intent, the direction to me and the direction wider, wouldn't be there, I guess. And it's up to you to determine whether you want to provide that to me or not, I guess. My recommendation is you ought to. If there are issues internal to the strategy that you have issues with, that would be the mechanism for holding me accountable to it. But those are administrative things, full stop. Yeah.
I appreciate the role that that administration plays, and I don't want to step in on that. But now you're bringing a council policy that supports that strategy and binds council for certain activities. It says thou shalt. Just wondering whether that should have been first. I'll just make that comment and leave it at that. You said that there was the Indigenous community consulted and then 11 other organizations. Do you have a list of those 11?
We do, and should I pass it to Belin or to comment further? There's some limitations on how far in depth we want to get into the consultation, but I will pass it along for commentary.
Thank you for your question. We have a list, but we cannot share exactly who's participated.
Interesting.
Sorry, your question was around for Indigenous partners or for community
I'm
partners?
not asking for names.
So we can't share in public. We can absolutely share confidentially, I believe. No?
Okay.
My apologies. For community partners, we cannot share the names of the organizations. For Indigenous partners, there were some that specifically asked to be named and were written into the report. Those, as Mr. Fletcher said, we can share those.
Let me get directly to the question. Who represented the accessible community?
I cannot share the name of the organization, but there were organizations that participated that represented disability serving organizations.
Just a note for that too. The Colborne Institute often gets asked as an external consultant to do this work because it creates a barrier between the people who are afraid to sort of be exposed when they're speaking honestly about their experiences. And so that's essentially why. So when we met with these communities, we met with them under the guidance of confidentiality, that these would not be shared with the city, but we are able to provide a profile of the types of organizations and the type of relationship that the community organization had with the city of St. Albert, but we don't name them in the report with the exception of the Indigenous nations, which gave permission to do that. And that is why the details of that aren't in the report, because confidentiality is a sort of a pillar for us being able to do our work and collect that information from participants.
So you did a internet accessibility audit review, maybe just.
Yeah,
explain
so
that.
we did that is available and we can share that, the report. So we did an accessibility audit of all of the City of St. Albert's web platforms. And so there's the report that we can share for that, but
Mhm.
that is separate from the community consultation.
No. I'll tell you why I asked the question. Did some work and spent some time in Ontario around the whole issue of accessibility and how the accessible communities involved in dealing with issues related to them personally and how they interacted with society. And their standing line is nothing about us without us, right? You've all heard that. So you're telling me that everything in here related to accessibility actually was gleaned from people who have the lived experience of having accessible issues.
So we have two accessibility consultants at the Colburn Institute, which both have one of them is our research chair and another one is our consultant, and they both have lived experience with accessibility, and they do a lot of our work in measurements and data collection. So that is in addition to the folks we spoke to at the city that identified having accessibility needs and the community partners.
Okay. All right, fair enough. It's just that we tend to make policies around people and we don't have their lived experience, right? Last thing that I had the question of was in the council policy itself on page, well, this would be 46 of our council package. It's commitment to equity under 7. It says council and city shall provide program services and initiatives that invest in a community where visitors and community members live free from discrimination, harassment, violence, and hate. Don't disagree with this statement. I just believe that when I went back to look in the definition component of the policy, hate was not defined. And I think it begs the question because if you look it up in the dictionary, hate is an intense dislike for, but I think in this context, it has a bigger context. And I think we just need to, otherwise the word is thrown around indiscriminately, right? So I'll leave it with you at that. Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Hughes. Thank you. So one of the things I was concerned about was that how much of this are we already doing and just simply telling us versus how much needs to change? Because when I read something like this, it looks like we're not doing any of this and therefore we now need an action plan to do it. And when I look at this panel today, I would say that that's not the case. So like it just appears that we seem to have a problem that we're trying to address when we have a document like this with an action plan to change what we're currently doing.
I'll just comment that, so we want to do more. Basically, so we came from a compliance line. We know where we're at today. But many of these initiatives, and about 10 of them are in progress already, is about moving us from a compliance state to a proactive, progressive employer as an employer and in the community. And I think that intent through what could be achieved through a council policy and through the strategy shows St. Albert as something progressive that is different from other municipalities or from some of our peers that haven't put maybe the level of effort that we are committing to. And I think the actions that you're seeing, which were a carved down group of even further recommendations or actions, are meaningful steps to accomplish that people will notice a difference over time.
Okay. When I look at, so there's 2 areas here. We have the admin directive and we have the policy. So we're just approving the policy. The admin direction is more for information, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so ultimately, whether we like or dislike the admin directive, that's still the CAO's decision whether or not he wants to make any changes, if and when.
That's correct. The admin directive and your mechanism, I guess, to influence the admin directive is to hold me accountable. Yeah.
Okay. So when I look at the policy, one of the phrases on the commitment to equity, section 6, where it says engage to the council and the city shall support physical safety for residents. All that's great. Then it goes to engage to the same extent. And I'm just challenged with that verbiage because nobody engages to the same extent to anything from, like, myself and the mayor will engage in the same thing, but not necessarily to the same extent. We could engage in our own way. So trying to achieve that where you're saying every single person will engage exactly the same, I just think, first of all, it's unattainable. And also, it's also may not be what the community would want, is that I have to engage to the same extent as every other person in whatever is happening.
I'll pass it to my colleague Jenny here.
I think the point here is not that you have to engage to the same extent, but if you want to, there are not barriers standing in your way.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, that's it.
I'm not sure if people still can achieve that goal. In some cases, there'll be various barriers that just cannot be overcome to allow somebody to be able to, I mean, obviously engage to the maximum of their abilities, but that's not what we have written here. And so I think that that's like, it should be like to engage the maximum of their abilities and interest or something of that nature, as opposed to saying that we have to be able to make that achievement. So that was one area that I just thought was a little bit further down the pendulum than I think that we can even achieve. The other thing I had was the ensure equal access to employment opportunities. I'm trying to figure out, again, like, it's like, aren't we doing that already? I don't see this as a barrier that we actually have done. So is this just a continuation, or are we actually trying to say that we are not allowing equal access to employment opportunities?
I'll take a first stab and then pass it along here. So, I mean, I'll comment that council's identified a program to increase access for persons with disabilities. So there's probably some barriers in play today that we're trying to eliminate. I will say, again, going back, we are compliant. We are not getting human rights complaints because of discrimination in hiring. But I think what we're committing to through council policy and through our IDEA strategy is that where there's opportunities to eliminate barriers or ensure that our community is represented in our workforce, that we are achieving that.
Okay. I just, again, I think it sounds great. It's just the challenge of both implying that it's not happening and also just what would we be doing differently, I guess, than what we are currently. In some cases, there are just limitations with what a person can do. Both just from a skill set period and all of that. So one of the concerns I had when I looked at some of these, I'm just trying to I might be bouncing, so I'm going to go through it. So, but one of the concerns I had was specifically about the verbiage seems to be that we're going to be looking at the DEI hiring as a priority, as opposed to simply looking at skill set hiring. I personally don't care what the person looks like or where they came from or whatever. What I care about is that we have the best candidate working for St. Albert that applied for the job. But some of the wordage seemed to imply that this would now be higher on the spectrum of trying to determine who the candidate would be.
Yeah, maybe I'll start and then I'll pass it on. And so from a hiring perspective, it is not the preeminent consideration, but it is, I think, an important lens through which we would conduct the process and look at files and ensure that we remove barriers to people making applications. Merit-based hiring, the best person for the job still remains the end result.
So like, cause I look here on page, I'm looking on page 61, I think, of our agenda report 14, and it says like build an inclusive and diverse workplace. And then it just says to break down barriers that have excluded equity deserving people. So again, that would imply that we have barriers from equity deserving people. I haven't witnessed that in the 12 years I've been here. But then like that would imply that we have some intentionally break down barriers would be that we have barriers that we need to somehow acknowledge. And then how would we even determine from a application standpoint, this is an equity deserving person? And then how much more does that weigh into the play out of putting them on a short list, giving them a job offer, as opposed to just simply looking at it from a completely neutral, this is the skill set of the individual point of view.
All right, I'll add some preliminary thoughts, but I certainly will lean on Jenny and Ryan to help support here as well. So there's a couple of factors I think that come into play when we talk about breaking down barriers for employment. One is about how do we invite people to feel that they want to join our organization. So what is that? How are we presenting out to the community to attract them? And are we going out to diverse communities to try to engage and have them appreciate that the city of St. Albert could be an employment opportunity. So can we do more concerted reach outs to community groups or to employment or to groups of individuals that might not historically have considered that working for the city of St. Albert might even have been an attractant to them. So how can we make sure that they're aware that we invite their applications? I think that's one opportunity. And the other is through our recruitment practices. And there's a variety of different ways that we can do this. One is actually not so much as having folks identify their diversity traits when they apply, because many people won't, but actually it's the opposite of that. How can we anonymize applications so that we're not perhaps applying some of our unconscious bias when we read applications and we make assumptions about people's background or experience or groups that they're a part of, and then make, perhaps due to natural biases that all humans have, make some decisions to either include or exclude those candidates on a personal level. So again, we can help address that through perhaps some of our mechanisms of how we bring in resumes and how we review resumes so that they're done in a way that is neutral and that anonymizes applicants. But we can also do that through education and awareness of our hiring managers so that they can start to break down that concept of unconscious bias and what might be presenting to them as perhaps limitations to some of their views of providing equitable access to employment. So there's a variety of ways there. I don't know if Jenny has more that she can add.
What, may I?
Yeah.
I won't add, I will totally agree, but very simply, yeah, it's not looking for people who we are saying we need to raise a quota of people who fit in this demographic. In fact, that would be illegal. So there's no way that we would do that. But it's about recognizing barriers that may exist, or maybe communities that don't know that we are an option of where they can work, and try to build those relationships. So a totally opposite, but merit always first.
Okay, so what you're saying, because when I first read this, it was like this could go a lot of directions. So what you're basically saying is we're actually going to try to remove things that would make people have preconceptions about applicants. Okay.
I think if I could, we want everyone to be able to consider a career at the city of St. Albert, everyone, right? And so the wider the audience, the better the results you get at the end of the process, right? Philosophically. And so to your point, yeah, this is not about specific targeting of a person or a demographic or anything else. It's about opening the aperture, opening the lens such that more people will feel comfortable not only applying, but working here and thriving here.
Okay, thank you. So when I go to page 66, which is the commitment to reconciliation, the first item is publicize and encourage the use of, and I cannot say the name, so I'm not even going to try to butcher it, as a traditional Cree name for St. Albert. So I wasn't aware that there was a traditional Cree name for St. Albert, and yet we're now moving this to an email signature line template. And it's actually a very strong statement, and that this really hasn't even come up for discussion in any of the time that I've been on council about basically de facto changing the name of St. Albert to a different word, even if it means the same. So I'm just trying to come to terms, or how did we get here?
No, thank you very much, Councillor. I think that the team can certainly take it. And so please rest assured, it's not about supplanting or replacing St. Albert. St. Albert, as it sits, is currently the modern representation, or the current day representation, I guess I should mention, that's a better word, of the community we know and love. I think, you know, in terms of looking at and honoring, recognizing, acknowledging our history throughout time, right? St. Albert was founded here for a specific reason, and I think it, you know, had to do with the natural bounty of the river, the lake, and the land. And folks were here, let's be honest, way before that. And so I think it's that connection to what is St. Albert and our history that is codified by this. And if you've seen it, it's where it sits in the signature block. It's St. Albert address, right? And then the Cree name underneath, highlighting the link between those two things.
And I'll just also add that we do see that Cree name appear in, I believe it is the Declaration of Diversity and Inclusion. I believe it's quoted in there, or is it on our land acknowledgement on our public website? So it does appear in a public I'll dig around to see where that actually shows up. And it is very common for municipalities. City of Edmonton is a good example to embed the Indigenous name of the community of the lands that they're on within their formal signature lines. So that, again, we see that at City of Edmonton, and they've taken some great steps there with their diversity and inclusion strategy and their policy work there as well. And so again, when we're taking a look at what others are doing, we thought that was actually a really easy way to demonstrate our commitment to reconciliation by using the language of the lands of our historical area.
Okay, I hear you. It just on every single email seems to be, as an email block seems to be quite strong, as opposed to simply including it in some documents. The other one was on page 68 or 21 of your document. So you have established and process, identify and support diverse suppliers in the local community and gather diverse data of ownership of suppliers across awarded city contracts. So that one I was concerned about as well, for similar to the hiring, is that we are now looking at and trying to consider diversity as the key element into a contract, as opposed to, again, just based on the merit. And I know that the protocol to choose a supplier is quite rigorous. And sometimes, regardless of diversity or not, we end up hiring some organization for something, whatever it happens to be, that we then have to go back and make changes because there was an issue. And I'm just not sure whether or not the diversity would actually be an asset in trying to determine what's going on, because it can be a very expensive mistake. So what do you mean when you say this?
All right, thank you. Thank you for the question. So this does relate to our sustainable procurement policy that we currently have in place, and it's an attempt to bring that forward into action. So we have created a sustainable procurement policy that outlines ways to ensure that we are engaging from a procurement basis in equitable fashions. And one of those tenets, I guess, is to reaching out to specific demographics to ensure that opportunity has been provided to them to equally access the procurement opportunities that we're making available, the RFP opportunities that we're making available. And again, similar to hiring, this is the applications are still treated on equal merit of those RFP proposals would all be considered in alignment and on an equitable fashion, so that we still end up with the most qualified applicant to those proposals that meets the needs of the RFP requirements. So again, it's just, again, opening up and ensuring that we're taking conscious effort to pull in as many qualified vendors as possible, and ensuring that some of those equity deserving groups have awareness and understanding that we invite their application for business with the City of St. Albert.
So if we're not screening or anything or including anything about, and I guess the other question is, how would you determine that is it like the owner? Is it just an employee? Like, how would you know that you even met this criteria?
So that's a question I actually can't answer. Right now, it's not my area of expertise. I can certainly refer back to our manager of procurement, and he would have a greater knowledge in that area. So I can certainly take that away and bring that back to you. But there are.
Okay.
there are what am I trying to say?
If I can add, Laura. Oh, sorry.
Where's the voice coming from?
There are many governments actually who do this, including the federal government, that when issuing either procurement calls or grants or funding, that a distinction is made, for example, with projects that relate to creating, anything related to Indigenous communities, that a company be Indigenous owned. And the determinants of that, again, are determined by their compliance teams, whether it's, 60% of your board is Indigenous or, your leadership, however that determination is made is often the case. And so there's quite a precedent for this, particularly with projects that are dealing with, for example, accessibility. And so let's say you're hiring a contractor to look at your accessibility needs, putting in to the call to through your procurement processes that, companies should be, individuals should have lived experience. This is it's a common something that is commonly done with many both municipal and federal governments in many cases.
Okay, but then that's actually in conflict of what I just understood, which is that we were just going to expand the broadcast, but not actually determine how it goes, as opposed to saying now we'd like you to specifically meet the requirements of having one of these idea type groups applying, and then we are now using that as a selection criteria. So I guess it's like, which side of the coin are we going on here?
I just comment this is phases of evolution, right? So initially we're building the foundation to welcome a broader base of applicants, people that are engaged. And in the future, I'm sure there's that evolution that comes into play that we are targeted and responsible on how we procure contracts.
And so what we're talking about is social procurement is one form that we've talked about. We are not there. And I think that would be a discussion that we'd have going forward as we see the evolution of this. We said that in the past, we have put in specific criteria in an RFP to say, if you're bidding on this, you need to offer X, Y, and Z. In fact, we do that for most of our criteria, right? And so, that option sort of generally exists. The accessibility one is a good example. You don't have to be owned. You don't need to have an employee, but perhaps you have to have a resource, right? Of someone who's got lived experience as an example that you could draw upon. There are ways to sort of work through that. But the first instance, what we're really looking at, it doesn't change the selection process. It doesn't change the scoring. It would be a requirement internal to an RFP if and when we felt that was necessary. But right now we're looking at trying to expand the horizon.
Okay, just my concern is that it could be a slippery slope. As you said, we're not starting here, but then we agree to it. And then all of a sudden we are putting criteria in it. And then we're also evaluating it as a higher basis than other items in the procurement process. And I'm just saying that this could be where we are today may not be where we end up. And what you're assuring me of today may not be where we actually also happen. And that is my concern about going forward with a document that can be evolving quite quickly into something else.
No, I appreciate that, Councillor. I think, the most effective outcome at the best price is still when we start talking about taxpayer dollars, ultimately what we want to achieve is the baseline.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, Mayor.
Can I just quickly go back to the merit-based hiring stuff? And I appreciate the comments during the presentation about the inclusive hiring policy, because I know those were probably aimed directly at me because it's something I'm passionate about. Yes, we hire the best person for the job that we're needing, but sometimes when it comes to developmental delays, the job might not be identifiable. It's not something we're advertising for. So we do sometimes create employment, part-time, 2 hours a week, et cetera, for those individuals in the community. And so that is still a part of your plan, Ryan, is kind of what I'm getting at, because I think that they're equity deserving groups 100%, but they're sometimes overlooked. So we might just need somebody to clean our fire trucks for an hour a day or clean the fridge out and up on the 3rd floor, but that's not an identifiable job. So how does that get incorporated as something that we're prioritizing? Like, I'm not going to vote against the rescinding of the inclusion hiring policy. I understand it. But I want to continue to be assured that this is a priority for us.
Maybe I'll just start at the policy level and I can turn it over to the team here. But you'll note, and I say this, and then I didn't actually have the policy up in front of my screen, but it's specifically when we talked about, I believe it's under council responsibilities, we actually say the ability to create specific, right? And so those programs, that ability is maintained under the policy and ultimately then driven down to the responsibility to the CAO. And for those express reasons, right? That there are some cases where for both an individual and a community good, there may be a reason to do that, right? I wouldn't offer that it's a baseline that we would do for our sort of day-to-day services necessarily, but a targeted program with a specific goal, both for individuals and for the community, absolutely still exists internal to this. Please go ahead.
I'll provide two comments and then I'll pass it to Jenny here. So first, we like the idea of council either identifying a program or receiving a recommendation from us if we see a need in the community that's missing. And I think this program for inclusive hiring for persons with disabilities is one of those examples. The other comment is around what are they doing? We build those still for value to us in the organization that meets an opportunity that can be filled by persons with disabilities. So you gave an example of washing fire trucks. That will need to be done and may actually be a viable opportunity. So I think we're going to have, I'd like to say, a handful that are coming out later this year, and we partner with agencies and we get those filled. So, and I'll pass over to Jenny here.
I appreciate you bringing this up, and I was like clamoring for the mic. Because I think actually it's going to be much better. Like I understand your concern that things will get lost, but I think by us revamping and being able to give a good description and parameters, we can ensure that those with disabilities that have extreme barriers to employment, we can ensure that, yes, we're carving jobs. It's a job carve situation, right? It's not a go to our website and apply for jobs that are there, because there are many people in the community with disabilities, depending on how you define it, who currently work for the city or can apply for any job out there. So now this way we can actually make that distinction and make sure we're supporting those who are facing the greatest barriers because of their disabilities and who are being supported through local organizations. So.
And the money we approved in the budget last fall is specifically carved out for that.
Specifically for the job card for the inclusive hiring, which might have a new name, but for that program specifically.
And if I could, Mayor, just because I made a reference to something and then didn't promptly read it, the commitment to inclusion and diversity in the policy, paragraph 4, is what I was referring to. And that's council and the city shall eliminate barriers and or create opportunities for diverse representation across.
That's awesome. Okay, thank you. Councilor Bermansky, you're up next.
Thank you. And to administration, the issues I have with this one is, well, first of all, thank you. You're at 100%. You're complying with our diversity already. And we're fortunate as a city to have such a large team, HR and all these people here working on these things for the city. And it's good to remain innovative in the community, but sometimes we're looking backwards here. And if we commit to a specific consultant designed program, they're constantly evolving. And throughout, when we're referring into our background, or we've got, mentioning the coalition from 2008 and referring to what's going on in North Bay and Pickering. And I see this daily evolving, and we want to be innovative. And I feel like communities are changing so rapidly, and their ideas and many of these things that the other counselors mentioned is where it's going to go. I feel that if we work on one policy, idea, tomorrow it could be another term, a better policy or something else. And if we commit by policy to a consultant designed document, we're being prescriptive to administration when administration is really doing very well in being innovative right now. And I think there's lots of choices out there is what I'm saying. And for me to commit to sending a message to the CEO that this is a council designed program that we want to direct to you, it's really not, because it was not designed by council. And it may block certain things that you do want to do that you find better and that you're currently working on. And that's, sometimes we box ourselves into something by policy that's really just a policy that shouldn't be there because it wasn't really designed for us specifically. The IDEA policy, for example, is in many communities. There's all kinds of new policies coming up, and I could probably find 5 or 10 for you, tomorrow that would be equal, a few different words, different. And my idea is you're doing a great job. You've got a great team. For us to say, as your CEO, well, we want you to do this, we'd probably make mistakes by saying that. The policy would probably make mistakes by saying that. And there's just too many questions in this one, as obvious by what's been asked by council and such. There are good things, and we do want to be innovative, but not by a policy that everyone's using, perhaps, right? Maybe we have better ideas. So my opinion is, leave it in your hands. And we have HR sitting right here, all the new team and all these things that are going on. And I don't
Councilor
want to block.
Romanski, do you have a question for administration?
Well, my thing, I'm questioning them if that could happen, like essentially it would be, you might have more freedom is my opinion. If you look at those sides, would you agree?
So Counselor, I mean, maybe I'll just start saying, so if you collectively chose not to have a policy, we would be okay from an internal corporate perspective, right? Because we've got a strategy, we've got administrative directive, right? We would move on that. I think, what the policy does is provides alignment through that strategic council level governance through to the operational output, right? Which is the manifestation of the strategy. Again, I think signals, an intention or direction on behalf of council that this is something that we should be doing. So I don't know if that really gets after your question, but yes, administratively, we would keep moving and keep doing what we're doing. This provides, I think, that alignment through the governance level downward. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Okay, and then my other question is, are you aware there's several other, avenues to go in this type of design?
Yeah, I think there's probably 1,000,001 ways to find a solution. There's certainly, as you heard at the beginning, there's different terminology that's applied to, I think broadly the same efforts. This has been branded specifically for the needs of St. Albert. It's what we believe speaks to us and what we need, and so that's why we've gone this way.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more questions. So Councillor Jolly had asked if she could make this motion, so I'll go to her.
Are you okay if I do both of them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So
Unless anyone wants to split them, but the first motion has to be passed before we rescind essentially, but I think we're good.
okay, so I'm going to say that SCOW recommend to council that policy CHR04 inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility attached to the July 8, 2025 agenda report entitled IDEA Council Policy be approved, and that SCOW recommend to council that upon the approval of CHR04 inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, policy CHR03 inclusive hiring be rescinded.
Okay, I will accept that motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wrote down comments because I have big feelings about this. I love what you provided to us today. Thank you so much to our admin team and the folks from the Colborne Institute for your excellent work. This is important work that you're doing, so thank you. Earlier this year, I shared a bit about my experience completing the EDI certificate through UBC and how deeply it's shaped my understanding and commitment to building a more equitable community. And I know that I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to say it again. Council really struggles with representation and unconscious bias. When I look around this bench, we're all white and don't experience racism directed at ourselves. We all present as cis hetero and we don't experience violence related to our gender or sexual orientation. None of us rent our homes or rely on public transit, and we don't experience barriers created by lower incomes, and I could keep going. We are a weaker decision-making body because of our lack of diversity and our assumptions that this is an accurate representation of St. Albert. So, you know, for me, this is really about trying to address challenges relating to whose perspectives are included and whose are left out right now. I wrote a LinkedIn post earlier this year asking, you know, who are we trying to exclude? Because often that's what it boils down to when public spaces, when policies, when our processes are unwelcoming. And that might be, you know, complicated language on a feedback form, inaccessible meeting locations, or just decisions that reflect a narrow slice of lived experience. You know, that exclusion doesn't necessarily come from intent, and I don't think it does when we're sitting at this table, but it happens by design. So our own awareness about our unconscious bias is so important, and that's really why strategy like this is so important. It helps us shift our default assumptions. That said, this work isn't new to us, and we've really done some great things over the last certainly 8 years since I've been sitting here. In 2019, on July 8th, we made international headlines when we unanimously passed a motion to prohibit conversion therapy. We've adopted policies that reduce barriers for residents with diverse medical needs, like families who rely on ostomy supplies. We've invested in accessible playgrounds. I know Councillor Broadhead, you've been a champion for that. You know, and Mayor Herron, you know, we've supported those inclusive hiring policies, and I think there's a lot of support for that in our community, and I could go on. So to wrap up, one of the aspects of the strategy that really stands out to me is the focus on safe workplaces and communities. Mr. Fletcher, you and I have had many discussions about this, but this is really something that we've struggled to talk about clearly in previous EDI discussions. Dr. Sleeman's comments about the perpetuation of the systems of harm really speaks to the challenges that we've faced in having these conversations. So creating safety for staff and residents to show up authentically it's hard, ongoing work, and it benefits everyone. So I'm thankful that this policy is before us, and I know that this strategy will give us a solid and hopeful place to continue our work in this area. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly. Councillor Romansky.
Thank you. Again, similar to the comments I made previous, I will not be supporting this. I believe that I would like to allow our administration and our CEO to direct the city at the best of their ability, which I trust in. And this policy could put up barriers for that happening. In response to Councillor Jolly in describing what we are in unconscious bias, you really don't know what I am as a councillor. So that can be, I guess, viewed as unconscious bias in respect. But going forward, again, I appreciate everything that's been brought to us. We believe in diversity in our city. We prove that we're a diverse city. There's all kinds of people coming forward in our committees and all different things. You know, we're doing great is my point. And for me to block you for anything that could be better is not my intent. And the policy was not designed by council, although I appreciate your input. We didn't have the background to even whose input it is. So it's very difficult for me as well. And thank you to everyone, but I cannot accept this. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the wheels to move overhead here. Wasn't sure what was coming. My response, and I appreciate the responses so far, but all I see is this is just a way by creating a city council policy and an administrative directive is just to create alignment and a tangible representation of our commitment to inclusion diversity, equity, and accessibility. I mean, that's all we're trying to do, and that's what we've done in many of our council policies. All it does is provide clear representation to not only our employees, but our residents of what we believe in and how we align best with our administration. So by committing to this, all we help do is break down systemic barriers. We foster trust in our local government. We strengthen our community connections, and we ultimately result and lead and hopefully to a more equitable, even innovative and resilient municipality, our community, for not only this generation, but for all future generations. So all we're doing is just demonstrating alignment by approving this policy.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Killick?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very pleased to hear that we're already doing a lot of this and that this policy will formalize it across the organization. And by having an individual hired full-time, Jenny, to lead the charge on this across the organization, we'll actually be putting words into action. And that's really what we're talking about here today. I think the city is the biggest employer in St. Albert. So this is a great opportunity for us to, and it's a very diverse employer. We have snowplow drivers, we have people that look after customer complaints, we run a swimming pool, we, cut grass, we do all of those kind of things. And so in that respect, we are a very diverse employer. And this is a way to formalize the things that we've put in this policy. I was very pleased to hear merit will always be the lead point when we look at all of these take into all of these other kind of attributes that we're trying to bring and formalize. I think the comment around lived experience is very, very important. As a kid, I got moved from Ontario to Quebec City, in the most French-speaking part of Quebec City that you could ever imagine. I went to school, I was bullied, teased, physically beat up, failed the grade, held back in school because I couldn't speak French. That's a lived experience. I think if you have that one moment of empathy, it can make a world of difference. So I won't dwell on that point. It was a long time ago. I've put that behind me and never held me back from employment. But knowing that that could be there as some unconscious bias that we all have, has helped me to be a better person and hopefully make better decisions while I've been on council. And I hope that carries forward. I'm also very pleased to see that we're going to have Mista Sakaikan on our tagline of our city, as it represents the Cree word for meeting at Big Lake. And I think that very small change can have a big impact. And that's really what this whole inclusive policy, small things, small changes can have big impact. And I look forward to seeing that formalized and brought forward, and having someone full-time staff to shepherd that forward will be awesome. So thank you for bringing this work forward. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not to repeat comments that have already been made, and thanks to my council colleagues for stating them, but I certainly am going to support this policy. This is important work, and the fact that we've actually done it, it gives me great hope. And so how do you move the needle in terms of moving from compliance to a higher level? You have to be intentional about it, and an intentionality requires some sort of plan to get from here to there. So from my perspective, I certainly appreciated the strategy. I love the idea that council is making a statement here in support of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, and we'll take steps to get to where we need to go. And well, it's one of those things where we'll take one step forward and a half a step back, but if we keep going forward, we'll get where we need to go. I'm not sure it's a destination, but more about a journey. But in any case, I'm pumped to see this here. And I'm a white guy, and I do have and I do have unconscious biases, and I have to be aware of that every day. And to your point, Councillor Jolly, there's a lot of things that I haven't experienced that others have. But I want to be alive to the fact that others do experience that, and then do something about it so that the ongoing harm is not perpetrated in the future. And to me, this is one step in that direction. So thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I think the fact that we had the admin directive in here in some ways muddied the waters, because we're not approving the admin directive. That was just information like, hey, we're doing it. And we normally don't get the admin directive after we do a policy. So what we agree with the policy, you often don't even know what the administrative directive ends up being. So the fact that we had both is appreciated because we had that information, but at the same time, that's not what we're approving. The only thing that we're actually approving is the policy, and we're just changing the other inclusive policy to this policy. And in reviewing it, it is somewhat similar, like obviously, and then there's just a few more clauses that have been added to it. And I told you before my concerns about just a couple of those wordages and stuff, but I also understand the intent behind it. And I'm not about to like sit here debating the wordsmithing of those intentions. So the policy in itself, I think is fine. I think that some things in the admin directive, I might have an opinion about, also unfortunately not within my purview to actually change. My goal is just really to recognize the fact that we are doing this already. We're just putting it on paper. And just my concerns about in the diversity hiring and et cetera, if the intention is to take that bias out by making it more neutral, as opposed to just trying to overcompensate. That's, I guess, the concern is that we're going to try to go the other end of the pendulum in an effort to try to even it out. And if your statement is that that's not what our intention is that we're trying to move this forward, then I don't see any harm in trying to make sure that we actually hire from the best person and really try to make sure that we take as many factors out of it in our decision-making that are irrelevant to their ability to do the job out of the actual decision process. So, so from the policy standpoint, absolutely, I don't see an issue with trying to do this. And I appreciate the fact that you have allowed us to provide some concerns about the admin directive so that at least it's on the discussion as you make your process going forward to ensure that, again, that pendulum doesn't swing so far that we actually end up penalizing other groups in an effort to try to even out the playing field. So, but yeah, the idea of just trying to make everything as equal as possible and try to make it St. Albert as enjoyable as possible for everybody who lives here and works here and does business here, I think should be a goal, period. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone. I'm glad everyone had a chance to participate in this debate. I'll let you close. I'm sure you have something to add. Your opening comments were really quite good. We all do have unconscious bias. To say we don't means you're unconscious to them. We all get caught every once in a while thinking something, and then it does rise to your conscience and you take a step back and try to understand perspective. Although we're all very, none of us are a visible minority on this bench. There are diversities in here that I can absolutely say ideologically I learn from and will listen to my council mates and change my opinion once in a while. So I just imagine how much stronger we would be with even more diversity. So this is this entire strategy is so exciting. I think we approved this in 2013, the budget debates, and it took till now to get it. So I appreciate us taking the time to make this effort on this strategy. And I look forward to see it being implemented in the future, especially with inclusive hiring. Councillor Jaldi to close.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot to add. I participated in this discussion earlier this year with kind of one of the community groups. And someone kind of at my small group got really angry with me. And I think, if I want to quote her, she said something like she's deeply offended that I suggested that she has unconscious bias and that her kid has unconscious bias. And it was such an interesting experience because to see someone so confident that their perspective is the only perspective and that they don't kind of experience these biases was it was interesting in that setting because I was in a safe place. So, I'm glad that we're having these conversations. Councillor Brumansky, I think this kind of follows my previous comment. You're absolutely right that I have unconscious bias, but I really try hard to recognize my own bias. And because you and I have never had a conversation in almost 4 years, you're right that I have no idea what you're experiencing or where you're coming from. But I can't agree with the idea that we're doing great in this area, though. I live with a diagnosed disability, and in this room, in this role, I haven't felt safe enough to share that with all but 2 people in this room. And really that speaks to how much work we have to do. I'm hopeful that this policy and this strategy kind of helps the next group of people sitting here and then, next, the staff that we have and the staff that we will hire just to make them feel safe and bring their authentic selves to the table. And that's why I'm hopeful about kind of the work that we're going to be doing. Good luck, Bill. You've got your hands full. This is a big one. That's all I have. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes by majority with Councillor Bermansky opposed. All right, lunch has arrived. It is exactly noon, so we'll take half an hour for lunch. Shorter if you guys can get it done. Again. 33, that's my fault. We're starting a bit late. We are now. Oh, speaking of DI and the IDEA strategy, inclusive and accessible playground strategy. Manda is with us. Yes, she's there. Mr. Fletcher, do you want to do any introductions, or maybe Danielle does? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Herron. Thanks, members of council and Mayor Herron, for allowing us to be here today. We are presenting on the inclusive and accessible playground strategy. And it does fall nicely right after our IDEA strategy that was recently adopted by council. Today, we're here to follow up on a motion that was made by council last July, in which she asked us to go away and build an inclusive and accessible playground strategy. Today, we're going to walk through a brief presentation of the report that you were provided and then answer any questions that you may have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wild, who is our supervisor of parks planning and stewardship, and she'll provide the presentation today and do some introductions of our consultants on board as well. Thanks very much. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Danielle. I'm just going to share my screen, which I am notoriously bad at, so please bear with me. Apologize. I apologize. I also have a new laptop, which does not help. So thank you very much, Council. It is my pleasure to present to you today our inclusive and accessible playground strategy for the City of St. Albert. I'm also pleased to introduce my colleagues sitting right behind me, Karina Kulich, our Parks and Facility Planning Specialist, as well as our consultants who developed the strategy from InvizTech Limited. Beside me here, I have Regan Flavel, and just beside him, Jordan Hurdle. So they'll be here to answer any questions you may have. We are happy to provide any clarifying information as we move through the presentation, but we do ask that questions are left to the end so we can get through the presentation quickly. And as we get started, I'd really like to highlight that implementing the recommendations of this strategy will make St. Albert a leader in the provision of accessible and inclusive play, while also providing a comprehensive suite of best practices and a framework for further investment into the future. So not only does this make us leaders today, but it gives us the flexibility to continue to be leaders in this area in the future. And again, just before we get started, because we've got to get some background information out of the way, there are some really important things to consider when talking about inclusivity, accessibility, and ensuring spaces that are equitable for everyone. So before we get going, just a couple of key terms. You will have already seen these terms defined differently just before us. So I thought it was important to highlight that we have provided both the St. Albert general lens as well as a playground specific lens to these terms. So in the context of this strategy and in the City of St. Albert aligned to the IDEA strategy, although maybe slightly different, inclusion is defined as creating a culture that embraces, respects, accepts, and values diversity. In the context of playgrounds, it means spaces are designed to welcome people of all ages and all backgrounds, regardless of their ability, and that users can play on their own terms. Inclusivity extends further to those that are accompanying playground users, including caregivers, family, and friends. Then you'll also see the term repeated throughout this presentation around accessibility. In our context, accessibility is the design of environments that allow for equitable use, participation, and inclusion of people of varying abilities and ages. In the context of playgrounds, accessibility refers to the settings, initiatives, and services designed to support navigation of the physical environment. So you hear that broader term of inclusivity talking about the social context, the people context, as well as the physical environment, where accessibility is used primarily in the physical environment in this context. We also note that in addition to these two critical terms, the document uses people-first language. We acknowledge that there is no right way to refer to people with disabilities, and a person's individual preferences to how they're referred to should always be respected. For the purposes of this strategy, though, we have adopted an approach endorsed by both the United Nations and the Government of Canada that recognizes that the person comes first. So you will see children with disabilities or people requiring mobility aids and language that puts the person first. So just acknowledging that there are different ways to refer to people with disabilities, this is the framework that we're using going forward. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time. There's a lot of information in the strategy itself around best practices and how the strategy was built.
But generally speaking, the strategy was built based on researching best practices as it relates to inclusive site design and inclusive playground design, engaging with experts and caregivers of children with disabilities. We completed a cross-jurisdictional scan of both accessible and inclusive play provision across the region and looking at comparable municipalities. And we also looked at our current provision of playgrounds, looking at a variety of factors, including our current and planned future distribution of play, state of our current data, access to playgrounds via active modes of transportation, on-site parking, washroom availability, and putting a financial feasibility lens to the strategy. So at the heart, there were three main questions that we asked, and these are adapted from best practices from the Inclusive Playgrounds Playbook. Can I get there? So this speaks to the notion of access. The more ways that a person may travel to access the site and also move within the playground itself, the more inclusive a playground can be considered. Can I play? This is all about diversity. So the more ways that someone can play, the more unique and fun types of play that we can provide within a site, the more needs a playground can meet and the more inclusive the playground can be considered. And can I stay? This speaks to a notion of comfort. Children with complex needs may have different requirements that allow them to play comfortably and for longer periods of time. Supportive elements such as washroom availability, fencing, shade, or parking may make the difference on whether someone can access a playground or not. Again, the more positive the answer to each of these three critical questions, the more accessible and inclusive a playground can be considered. And as we move through this work, kind of one of the core principles that we have identified is the needs for play are as individual as the children who access them. What is best for one child may not work for another, and therefore we needed to look at a systems-driven approach. In looking to our current system, St. Albert has 67 city-owned playgrounds. The playgrounds vary in size, generally related to the parks in which they sit, and provide a variety of play experiences for children 18 months to 12 years old. In our current state, we have 2 which may be considered inclusive pre-strategy and 2 which may be considered accessible. There are also many inclusive and accessible elements throughout our system, so we're not starting from zero. Currently, we also recognize that there are numerous school playgrounds that support our system. Although considered outside the scope of the strategy, these playgrounds provide a critical bridge between what the city is able to provide for accessible and inclusive play and the total number of opportunities that are available to our residents. So just acknowledging that although school playgrounds are out of scope, they do form part of our system. As well, when we looked at provision of play, the city has just under 11,000 children as of the 2024 census. Best practices suggest that system-wide, 1 playground be provided per 1,000 people, suggesting that St. Albert is well served for play. Similar targets, however, are simply not available when it comes to accessible and inclusive play, with each municipality and jurisdiction developing their own approaches, definitions, and provision targets. So as our strategy involved, many factors, including our demographics, active transportation and parking, ages served by playgrounds, our current state of our data and public information, and how we prioritize the replacement of playgrounds, all was considered in development of the strategic approach. This is that really long front end of the strategy, and you can find more detail in the strategy itself. Overall, we came to an approach of ensuring there are impactful and meaningful play opportunities in key locations throughout the city as the top priority, which will be discussed in the following slides. So the strategy has 3 key recommendations and many sub-recommendations from there. The first is how we understand our system. So that's update city data. Although the city has a robust system for inventory and assessment of playground infrastructure, we are missing critical information around inclusivity that will support better future decision-making and prioritization. Aligned with that is improving our public data. For caregivers, decision-making around what playgrounds to visit relies on critical information being readily available. Depending on their child or their playground user's needs, different elements may be required for them to safely and comfortably visit, and ensuring information is available both online and in person will support access to these spaces. And then lastly, define our playground types. A classification system provides a consistent framework for decision-making and will create service level expectations for playground users and their caretakers. These types are intended to provide minimum criteria for accessibility and inclusivity without limiting opportunities to go further on a case-by-case basis. So speaking further on the first key recommendation is the fundamental principle that strong data makes good decisions. In addition to data already collected by the city, the strategy identified the critical information that is required to move the strategy forward, enable consistent decision-making, and dovetails nicely with the corporate asset management initiatives, adding an inclusivity lens to current assessments. I will note that this can be implemented using existing resources and processes and just modifying them for that inclusivity lens. So implementation of this recommendation focuses on updating our existing inspection processes to capture that missing information. This information then supports how the city prioritizes playgrounds for replacement, applying an accessibility inclusivity lens as capital budgets are brought forward for council's consideration. The next is improving our public data. So clear, easily understood public data and information ensures that playground users and their caregivers are making informed choices. This allows them to easily identify the playgrounds that will best meet their needs. And the recommendation works in tandem with the improvements to city data and provides that systems lens and approach to the strategy. Similar to the update city data, this recommendation can be implemented within existing processes. Focusing in firstly and foremostly on improving online information to provide clarity on accessible features. This includes integration of mapping software, which will provide easy access to information. The example you see on screen is Calgary's inclusive playground mapping. Implementation of the public data recommendation aligns with corporate efforts on website improvements, which the IDEA strategy also spoke to, as well as geospatial information upgrades and asset management work. Once on site, it is also important that physical mapping provides clear, easy to follow information and navigation cues on the location of key features like parking and washrooms to support navigation and comfort for all users. And this is kind of the big key piece of the strategy. And this is the development of a playground classification or playground typology system. This system provides consistent direction and decision-making within the city while allowing flexibility for unique and specialized spaces. So the first of the categories is generalized playgrounds, or what may be considered more of our standard playgrounds throughout the city. These are generally found in smaller neighborhood parks and do not have any specific criteria, including accessibility and inclusive features based on community needs, site constraints, fiscal considerations, and intended audience. While they are generally considered out of scope of this strategy, there are components of the strategy that do imply, including improving the range of ages that are served by these type of playground, better considering the sensory aspects of play, in addition to the physical. Likewise, specialized playgrounds at the other end of the spectrum are identified as play areas that have a specific purpose and do not match the typical expectations of a playground. They may have fully inclusive or accessible features, but due to their unique nature, are considered outside of the scope of the strategy. Examples of this include natural play, like you can find at Grey Nuns White Spruce Park, and outdoor fitness where we have at Lafleur Park. So it does not mean that it cannot be accessible or inclusive, but their outcome has a different intent. We will spend a little bit more time on the accessible and inclusive playground categories. And I will note as we move through these that although minimum criteria are set for each of these 4 playground types, best practices can and should be applied on every playground project as we move forward on a case-by-case basis. So the first of our categories is what we're terming accessible playgrounds. And again, I would emphasize that although we're calling them accessible playgrounds, this does go beyond physical accessibility in its criteria. Accessible playgrounds are intended to meet the needs of a broad range of children closer to home, generally within 1.5 kilometers of all residences, and are to be distributed across the city. They are larger in size to accommodate a diversity of play types, including both ground level and elevated components that are accessible. The intent is they serve a broad age range of up to 12 years old and align to national guidelines for accessibility in playgrounds. These playgrounds will capture the needs of children with mobility concerns by having at least 50% of all play features accessible, via rubber surfacing, and will include considerations for children with other needs, including children with autism, developmental delays, or other non-physical disabilities. Supportive amenities such as accessible seating are likewise required in this category. Now, inclusive playgrounds are intended as destination playgrounds that support the widest range and the highest diversity of users. In addition to those elements captured in accessible playgrounds, these playgrounds are intended to have fully accessible surfacing, a wide array of play opportunities suitable for all ages and abilities, and are to be large enough to accommodate this play diversity. The biggest difference, however, between the accessible and inclusive category, however, is in the supportive amenities. Meant to address needs related to the question of, can I stay? These playgrounds will have on-site washrooms, ready access to shade, and accessible parking available. So in the implementation, we've developed a roadmap that looks at the current and future planned state of the city. This visual shows the overall coverage of planned inclusive and accessible playgrounds throughout the city once the strategy is fully implemented. These will be accomplished over the natural life cycle and growth-related development of these areas, and accessible and inclusive playgrounds will be prioritized within RMR planning to ensure that areas are not left underserved for too long. Currently, we have 4 playgrounds that are already meeting the accessible standard or can meet them with simple changes at the time of redevelopment. 5 additional playgrounds are to be redeveloped to the accessible standard, including 3 in growth areas. Currently, we do not have any playgrounds that meet our inclusive playground strategy standards. We have identified 3 current playgrounds and 1 additional in a growth area in the future Northwest to meet the inclusive category. In this category, we have prioritized sites that already have the required supportive amenities like parking and washrooms, or which may be provided with minor modifications to the site. Future inclusive playground sites will be in citywide parks so that we can meet expectations for all users. And lastly, the financial implications for the strategy. Noting again that city data and improving public data can be accomplished within existing resources by modifying existing practices, programs, and projects. However, the baseline cost, there is a cost, for the redevelopment to accessible and inclusive standards. For the 16 identified playgrounds, the baseline cost is $6.3 million to redevelop them as they are. Fully implementing this strategy has approximately $2 million in additional impacts over those playgrounds in today's dollars, spread over the course of a natural life cycle of a playground, so approximately 15 to 20 years. These costs are largely driven by the need to increase playground size, change playground types, improve curbing and drainage required for rubber surfacing, and improve or enhance supportive features such as trail connections and ensuring accessible seating. Costs for each site will vary significantly based on the desired playground type, what is already existing within the site, and the upgrades that are required to meet the category of play. As I conclude this presentation, we note that the strategy is proposed for information only. Council decision-making on the implementation of the strategy will be largely delivered through the capital program. As noticed previously, it is administration's intent to bring forward each potential site for budget consideration as they are due for growth or renewal. This means some sites are likely to be recommended in the short term, while other newer play areas may be recommended for enhancement further into the future. And at this time, I'll pause the presentation and invite any questions of our project team.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Excuse me. So council, there is no motion associated with it. It's just for information. So I will take any questions. Councilor Broadhead.
Well, first off, I couldn't have been pleased more after reading this report. I mean, this is what I was kind of looking for when the motion was first presented, was a plan to somehow address the needs of accessibility in our community in the play areas. So thank you so much for doing that. Just a question around implementation, because that was the question that always was going through my mind as I read it. So as we go forward, then on an annual basis, there will be a budget request based on this particular plan to upgrade a particular park. Is that how I led to believe?
Yeah, maybe I'll start and I'll invite my colleague Karina to add anything. But the way that we currently, particularly from RMR, is we have a prioritization matrix. As mentioned, we have 67 city playgrounds with a life cycle of 15 to 20 years. So we're always prioritizing what needs to be upgraded or replaced first. So we've added an inclusivity criteria into that prioritization matrix, and we will, so that kind of bumps up anything that needs to be enhanced in the priority. And we'll bring that forward as part of the RMR capital planning as we do each year, and we'll be able to identify where there's enhanced costs. We'll be able to identify specifically what playground they're associated with and to what standard they're to be built with, and that allows us to do that capital planning and bring that budget ask forward specific each year.
And if I can just add to that, so basically you'll see an RMR charter come with this program component will be included within the RMR. So you won't see a separate charter come. It will come as part of our program plan for outdoor recreation.
Well, I guess I mean, that's how you want to work it. I'm not here to say one way or another. It's, how do you measure then that your map is, like, do you have a schedule of how you're going to do this, or is it?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I would invite Corey to add in, we do have a matrix that we use that scores based on age, condition, does it serve all ages or not? So it's a fairly complex matrix of playgrounds where we bring to that inform our budget ask each year. So like I mentioned, we have added kind of that, does it need to be an accessible playground? So if it does and it's not, it gets more points in the system. It gets brought forward in priority. And then we look across the corporation in terms of RMR funding availability and asks around life cycle. And we kind of do a bit of a judgment call on how many playgrounds and which ones to bring forward in any given year. So there'll be a mix of these inclusive and accessible playgrounds brought forward, as well as our generalized playgrounds within that ask every year. So there is a roadmap every year. It does get updated every year just because playground condition in particular changes quite frequently.
Yeah. So the horizon though to get from here to the end is over the next, did I hear you say 20 years or something like that?
Yeah, approximately that. And I will note that the ones that are towards the end are ones that are already meeting or very nearly meeting. Examples are like Kingsmead, which is fairly newer, already is very, very close to an accessible standard, just needs some minor improvements. So most of the ones that are later in the time frame are already moving in that direction, or already largely serving the need. They're just missing a few things that would make it better. So then the inclusive ones will be sooner because they're on playgrounds that are older and typically. And then we're trying to make sure that balance of ensuring that areas are still adequately served. So that may bring them up in the prioritization because there's always a bit of subjectivity to that matrix as well.
Okay. Got another couple of questions. I'm just trying to sequence them in my own mind here. So let's talk about Lodgepole. So Lodgepole gave birth to this in many respects because they had a resident come in and he wanted to fundraise, right? To build an accessible playground because he lived next to it, right? And at the time there was a replace like for like policy, work through that. And quite honestly, we're going to open Lodgepole at the end of August, right? So excited to see that. I've been there a number of times and it's fascinating to just understand, even at my limited ability to understand, just the elements of the park and how, because bring my grandkids there and they all play differently, you know? And it's an amazing thing to see kids sort of just engage in the various things that you would not normally see at a playground beyond, you know, a teeter-totter and a swing and a merry-go-round. But this has many more elements to it, and just to see them interact with it was quite fascinating. And others are there as well. I mean, it's a well-used park all of a sudden. Of course, it's brand new, so everybody loves it, right? But in any case, so where I'm going with this is, how do you engage a citizen who's passionate about something because they live in close proximity to something and they would like to fundraise for something that's not really part of this plan? How would you respond to that now?
Yeah, that's a great question. And Lodgepole is a shining example of what partnerships can bring to our system. One thing about the strategy is it provides a suite of best practices that says, regardless of what playground type you are intended to be, you should strive as far as you can. And a lot of that does come down to, are there partners available? Is there a need? So if we have really passionate members, there's nothing that's stopping us from going above and beyond in the strategy. It's very much set up to enable us to do more. We just wanted to set the baseline expectation of there will be at least one within 1.5 kilometers of your house. There will be a destination one if you are a caregiver of someone with complex needs, or even if you've just got a bunch of kids that like to play very, very differently. There will be some of those destination spaces where you can reliably park, you can reliably get there as well. So that was kind of the premise of it, is we could always do better. And part of that is through partnership and through community level need. We do playground public engagement. Public engagement around every playground that we build is kind of a best practice in our team. And we'll continue to do that even on playgrounds identified in this strategy to make sure that we understand the neighborhood context. And if there are those champions or partners within the neighborhood, we'd welcome them.
I can add to that too, Councillor Broadhead. I guess just also as a general strategy in terms of playground development, we often have partners that want to come to the table and help support that, whether that's the Kinsmen or the Lions. And so we work with partnerships in a varying different ways and find the right kind of project for them to support. And so that would be another strategy, is to look at, if a group comes forward wanting to support playground development, finding the right project to align them with. So there's lots of opportunities for sponsorship within the parks realm for sure.
Okay. Exciting stuff. So one of the things that I've learned is that for children to play, sometimes accessibility is also a question to the caregiver, right? And so irrespective of the child's disability, the caregiver may be disabled in their own right and cause a barrier for the child to get there. Once the child is there, perhaps they don't need the accessible elements, but access to the park is like curb ramps and stuff like that. Is that a standard engineering element around parks?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And that is something that is ingrained into our engineering standards and has been for a number of years. So even those generalized or specialized playgrounds do need a hard surface connection to the play space. In recent years, we've modified our seating requirements so that they have, you can call it a wing, to ensure that somebody who's using a mobility device can either park it and transfer over, or just be engaged in that seating node without having to feel outside of it. So we do have some of those base supports for caregivers in place already. And as we RMR some of our older park sites, we are looking at those as part of playground redevelopment to make sure those standards are being met in older spaces as well.
Yeah. Sort of last comment, this map aside, it's not quite as evident, but the one where you showed all the parks in this in the city, I was going to say, it's not as if we don't have parks in our community. Our city is well served, and I want to certainly support you in what you're doing, because it's spectacular, quite honestly. And I think it's part of the soul of St. Albert to talk to a line that came out of the Community Vision Pillars statement. But in any case, thanks for doing that. One of the things about a strategy is that you can actually explain to people now how you are tackling the issue of accessibility. What was fascinating to me is the difference between accessibility and inclusivity, and just the difference. For a layman like me, I say accessibility means it all, when in fact it doesn't. So yeah, it's interesting to follow on. So thanks for doing the work. Truly appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Killick.
Thank you for the presentation. Question in a lot of detail. So I'm assuming that there's some plan set already for next budget cycle under RMR that will be looked at in the fall. Does it include a part going from excessive or generalized to accessible, or don't need to see the specifics, but I'm trying to build on Councillor Broadhead's question of how do we keep moving things along here, and would just love to know that we're going to start sooner than later.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. So we do have 2 initiatives underway that were approved under the RMR program. So design of improvements to Lions Park, which is identified as one of our inclusive playgrounds, will start next year. We have already started initial conversations with the nearby Francophone school at Hodgson, although not part of, is considered a generalized playground under the strategy. That's one of those examples of partnerships where we may be able to go further than generalized and into potentially that accessible category with working with the school. So we do have those couple of projects within the next year already.
Great. Good to hear that we're gonna start sooner than later. Thank you.
The other add, if I can offer to you, Councillor Kelly, because this helps us to, as Ms. Wild pointed out, work with our schools a little bit differently, because those were not part of the scope of this project, because the schools, they do their own fundraising and they do their own development, but we work in support of that. So how we can move forward in terms of supporting them in realizing what their kind of opportunities are as it relates to accessibility and inclusivity will be a component of work as well.
Great, thank you.
Any more? I mean, because there's no motion and we're not having debate, if anyone has any comments before we say goodbye to Danielle and her team. Councillor Mackay, is that you? Oh, so you were going to push. Okay. All right, I see no more questions. We are good. Thank you, guys. That was awesome. It really is a theme for the day. Pardon?
I need a seniors playground.
Seniors playground. All right, another item for information. No, we're in new business request for decision. 5.3 social development policy presented by Amy McKinnon, social investment coordinator. So we'll just wait for chairs to get switched. That was a big team. Honestly, how fun would it be to design playgrounds all day long? What a good job. All right, Mr. Fletcher, I see you have a team coming. Do you want me to go to Elizabeth to introduce everybody? Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to join you today to share an updated social development policy with my colleagues Connie Smigelski, Senior Manager FCSS, and Amy McKinnon, Social Investment Coordinator for our FCSS branch of Community Services. The FCSS program, funding, youth development, and social development policies were established to support the implementation of the Social Master Plan. As we shift towards organization-wide, long-range strategic plans, and with the recently completed Community Social Needs Assessment, our work is no longer informed by the Social Master Plan, making reference to this document in policy obsolete. The current policies and the revised policies inform the work of FCSS, the organization, and community partners, including but not limited to the FCSS-funded agencies. Today, administration is before council to recommend the rescinding of two policies and the combining of their content into a single updated social development policy. This consolidation is intended to enhance understanding of governance responsibilities by reducing duplication, improving consistency, simplifying content for universal understanding. The updated policy provides clear, practical guidance that will remain responsive to evolving social needs at St. Albert as St. Albert continues to grow, and affirming the city's role in delivering preventive social services in alignment with provincial funding received by the city for the delivery of FCSS programming.
The recent social needs assessment supported council's strategic priority, community well-being, and identified opportunities to support building an inclusive, healthy community where everyone feels welcome and supported. It addresses changing demographics and diverse needs and emphasizes open, transparent engagement with residents and ongoing coordinated engagement with community stakeholders. The assessment and subsequent prioritization aligns with the municipal development plan goals to promote well-being and ensure access to coordinated social services. It is also informed by the provincial FCSS framework, all of which has helped guide the intent and impact of the proposed policy revision before council. The updated social development policy will guide decision-making and support funding allocations for FCSS funded programs based on current social issues.
So some of the highlights of the policy revision include merging the three policies into one. So consolidating information from the youth development, FCSS funding, and social development policies into one single policy, which is the updated social development policy. It also highlights the mandate of the MDP, which is not current or is not present in the current policy. This change ensures consistency and reduces redundancy in having three separate policies. It also clarifies governance roles and responsibilities. The updated policy removes administrative functions and simplifies oversight, making guidance clearer and easier to apply. We use consistent definitions aligning with other council policy language for better understanding and application. And the changes bring us back into compliance with the FCSS Act and regulation, which requires that communities provide FCSS programming according to current social needs. The recently completed community social needs assessment identifies and prioritizes St. Albert's current social needs, whereas the current policy is operating from the outdated social master plan. It improves clarity with no service impacts. Residents and stakeholders will experience no change in services with changes to this policy. And just to reiterate, the programs that currently receive FCSS funding will continue to be eligible to apply for funding should proposed changes to this policy be approved. Are there any questions?
Just a comment that I'm feeling very irrelevant today because I spearheaded the social master plan and the inclusive hiring policy, and now we're just something I was so proud of, but no, it's good. Questions on this new policy? So this will go to council to approve and then rescind. Okay. So we will need a motion on this. So any questions? Councillor Killick, you want to make the motion to send it on? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think fairly straightforward. So I'm pleased to make the motion that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommends that council approve revisions to Council Policy CS-16 Social Development Policy, provided as an attachment to the agenda report entitled Social Development Policy C-CS-16 dated July 8th, 2025, and that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommends that upon approval of C-CS-16 Council Policies C-CS-14, FCSS Program Funding Policy, and C-CS-17 Youth Development Policy be rescinded.
All right. Accept that. Any opening comments?
Well, first off, it's nice to see Amy back. Thanks for presenting this. Anytime we can get rid of two policies into one, it's kind of red tape reduction, and we often talk about we have too many policies. So this is consolidating it and bringing it into alignment with higher level of government for our funding. So that's really good. And I was very pleased to hear that there's no change to the actual application and funding available to support these very worthy and needed services within St. Albert. So pretty straightforward. And I think it's great to see consolidation like this of and clarity around two policies. So thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I just want to really briefly echo Councillor Killick's comments about the consolidation of policies. Mr. Fletcher, I know you know this, but I'm pretty sure we have more council policies than possibly any other municipality in Canada. So any opportunity that we have to do this is great. It's unwieldy having this many policies and things get forgotten when we have too many. So I'm delighted to see this. Thank you.
Awesome. Anyone else? Anything to close, Councillor Killick?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes unanimously. Okay, sorry, agenda. 5.4 is the review of the financial council, the CFS 01 budget and taxation guiding principles. And I can't believe Diane's not here for this.
It's
her baby.
It's killing her, but she
It's
felt
killing
she
her.
had to go on.
I'm sure she's happy wherever she is. So who is presenting? We got, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we just need a quick
And okay,
minute to get the team
Awesome.
settled. Thank you.
powerhouse team. And you don't want to sit in the middle?
Good afternoon, I'm Ann Victor, and I'm here to hand it over to Suzanne Finley and Stephen Bannerman to present our next phase of the review of financial policies
fast.
today.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm just going to bring up our PowerPoint presentation and then we'll begin.
Take your time. There's a chair by Marta. If you want to.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. So good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Finley. I'm the Manager of Financial Services. And beside me is Stephen Bannerman, Senior Manager and City Assessor with Assessment and Taxation. We're here today to provide updates to Council financial policies. Periodic reviews are performed to adapt and to economic and operating changes, reflect growth in our changing community, identify gaps in existing policies, and incorporate best practices with prudent financial planning. Today, Finance and Strategic Services is bringing updates to two separate financial policies for committee review: CFS 05, Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles, and CFS 01, Financial Reserves. As CFS 01 had a detailed review in 2024, the updates to this policy are not as significant. In the following slides, we will be discussing larger policy changes accompanied with smaller housekeeping items that provide additional clarity and alignment to the policy affected. We shall begin with CFS 05, Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles. So the first significant change to CFS 05 relates to increasing the threshold which enables prior year's assessment growth to be applied against the base budget. The current threshold is 3.5%, and administration is recommending that this be increased to 6.5%. Associated with this change is a recommended increase to the ceiling in the Growth Stabilization Reserve, which is part of the update to CFS 01. So in understanding why administration is recommending this increase, we thought it might be helpful to have a refresher on why the 3.5% threshold was initially established. As you are aware, assessment growth is primarily generated from new construction, new land servicing, and development activity, and additions or renovations to existing property. As assessment growth becomes part of the taxable assessment base, it can be used in two ways. to support the additional requirements for increased services in the community without impacting the tax rate, or to offset the property tax rate for current residents and businesses. We know that while assessment growth brings in new tax dollars to a community, it also results in additional costs being required to maintain those services for the growing community. These costs can include maintaining additional roads and sidewalks, all the way to construction of new facilities such as a fire hall or a community amenities building. So in an ideal world, new revenues would come into the municipality at exactly the same time as the need to provide the increased services. This simple chart demonstrates a linear path to growth, indicating stable and predictable growth patterns and associated costs. This scenario would allow for the assessment growth to impact the associated services in perfect unity. However, the reality is the costs will often occur subsequent to the increase in the assessment growth. For example, in the early stages of a development, the maintenance of new roads and sidewalks can likely be accommodated with existing staff, budget, and equipment. However, as the development grows and new areas come on board, there will be a need to increase both staff and equipment to maintain the level of service that other areas within St. Albert have. This non-linear fluctuation in municipal operating costs presents a challenge in terms of stabilizing tax increases over the long term. So the premise behind the management of the new growth assessment revenue is to develop a strategy that modifies the revenue stream to more closely coincide with the pattern of municipal operating expenses. So under this methodology, in years when assessment revenue is higher than the required municipal budget, we would save the money as indicated in peach in the graph. In years where municipal operating costs were higher than the assessment revenue, we would then use the money as shown on the graph in the purple. So the concept of the reserve is that we will physically collect the new revenue from the increased assessment base each year. If we choose to save this revenue, what we really mean is that in the current year, we will not commit the revenue to any ongoing items. We may choose to allocate the current year's funding to one-time items, such as a capital reserve, or to a one-time operating project. In this example, by the year 2030, we would be levying an additional $2.5 million that we have not yet committed to ongoing costs. If in the following year, we opened a new facility and required increased staffing and program costs, we could add that amount to our budget and offset it with the prior year assessment growth, which has not been permanently allocated. Adding a threshold into policy allows for any unused assessment growth to build up. So when a new infrastructure opens, the operating costs can be mitigated by applying the unused assessment growth.
So why increase the threshold to 6.5%? Assessment growth now includes a 1.5 increase to life cycle reserves, meaning with any proposed increase of 2.1% or more, the city has already surpassed the prior 3.5% threshold. Simply put, the policy recommended now contains life cycle reserves. When the 3.5% addition was approved last update in 2018, the median municipal tax was 1.8%. 2019 to 2002 resulted in an average increase of 1.4%. Sure, you bet. So I'm going to go back when, no worries. Can you hear me now? Great. When the 3.5% addition was approved last update in 2018, the median municipal tax was 1.8%. 2019 to 2022 resulted in an average increase of 1.4%. However, for the preceding 3 years, 2022 to 2025, the approved budget median was 4.4%. It decreased to 3.9 after budget adjustments. However, there remains a 2.6% differential between the prior 10 years and the most recent 3 years. St. Albert is not alone in these changes, as other municipalities with 3-year budget cycles have forecast between 4% and 6% increases in the short term. The reasons stated include inflationary pressures, population growth, and infrastructure needs. Admittedly, the 6.5% increase is above the anticipated future tax increases. However, it will allow the transfer to build up to mitigate tax impacts associated with future infrastructure and operating costs.
So the second update is to include the 800,000 annual commitment of assessment growth dollars for the Lakeview Business District Development Acceleration Program, which was approved by Council on April 15th, 2025. Committing this transfer within policy ensures the funds are directed to this program.
Another update is the taxation guiding principles. In the revised version, we reaffirm Council's commitment to expanding the non-residential tax base. This is supported by tax strategies. The major reason for the update is the prior version did not contemplate large increases to the residential tax base that we've seen in the last 1 to 2 years. In 2015 to 2019, non-residential assessment growth had been outpacing residential assessment growth. In those years, a mitigation to the non-residential was inevitable, because of course there was more non-residential growth. It happens naturally to increase that growth rate. Greater residential development, while good, is a new challenge. With greater residential development, we must monitor the tax split to remain fair and equitable to both classes. In the long term, short-term residential mitigation is acceptable if long-term goals are being met.
So the other updates within the policy are to align the policy with current practice or other policies. So this includes putting in a defined definitions section, updating verbiage to align with existing practices and policies, which are one of them being connecting to CFS 01, as well as the creation of a taxation section editor. So this concludes the updates to CFS 05, and I will now move on to CFS 01. So to align CFS 05 and the recommended increase in the threshold, an increase to the ceiling is also recommended in the growth stabilization reserve. It is important to note that this only reflects the maximum balance that can be in the reserve and does not mean a requirement to meet that ceiling. In addition, as the reserve balance includes funds for the Lakeview Business District, which is a separate program, the ceiling should not apply to it, and as such, the policy has been updated to reflect this. Other updates continued in CFS 01 are to include the Affordable Housing Fund, which was approved as an annual transfer as part of the 25 budget. Remove the Speed on Green program transfer within the Traffic Safety Reserve as an automatic source of funding to align with the provincial changes to the program. And in the Safety Reserve, increase the amount of funding that can be withdrawn as part of the budget process to 230 from 150. And please note on this, there is no impact to taxes, as this is just to transfer from the reserve into the operating to cover the increased costs that are being reflected within the safety programs. So that concludes the end of our presentation. And at this time, we are requesting that these updates be recommended to council for approval. And we would be happy to discuss any questions you might have.
Thank you. Got a few questions already. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation, and I appreciate the updates. And I just need a little bit more information. You probably anticipated this question, so you're going to have it. With the new assessment growth and the growth to 6.5, I mean, you tried to explain. So was there an actual formula to get us to the 6.5, or was that like why did we land on 6.5? Like, why not 5% per se?
So through you, Madam Chair, the 6.5 was determined. We looked at future tax increases. So anybody essentially with a 3-year budget, we did the research and practically Googled it, or our contacts with other city assessors. As well, we looked at the last 3 years. When you look at the prior 3, I think we mentioned it was a 1.8 for the prior 10. What was it, 2003, 1.8% increase. I could look from 2013 to 2022, we were substantially lower in our increase. Part of that was due to COVID, but part of it is what we're looking is what we're forecasting for the tax increases in the future.
Yeah, I mean, and some of that is that we started at 1.5 base, right, because of the RMR. Was there any thought given to coming back and saying, let's raise it to 1.8 or 2%? I mean, it's not the same question, but I mean, it could tie in relation to, let's say some future council decides that that's, so automatically we're bumping that up a starting point, and then, so I just, if you look at the line, I mean, you're right, over the 10 years, I can't remember what it was pretty low. I can't remember it off of my head, and I know you just said it, but I'm just wondering if I'm sitting there looking at it, I just don't know if I'm looking at a formula or an equation or something that would get me to why that number.
Maybe I could start, the team could talk to the, the impetus behind it. In terms of your question specifically on the RMR component of it, the 1.5%. Yes, there was some discussion. We're not ready this year, but I would submit that at some point in time, we're going to have that discussion with council going forward as cost trends and increases continue.
Yeah, and I realize I'm not I'm trying to figure out in my own mind, and please forgive me if I'm trying to think but I'm just trying to justify the 6.5 in my mind. That's all.
And through you, Madam Chair, too, just to speak to why we've increased it, it's so that it's not automatically being utilized, that assessment growth each year. It's to obtain and work towards that strategy where we're saving money for offsetting those future costs. So we're not mitigating that risk if we're utilizing it every year. So we want to make sure that average is at a point where it's triggered above that average. And it's to sustain in those years where there's higher than average tax increases, to use this growth revenue to offset those increases. So it's all tax stability.
Yeah, so going back to your growth, that chart where you're showing the step. So, I mean, did you factor it? Were those actual figures, numbers, or were they just hypothetical kind of thinking? So what I was saying when you're doing that, I understand the concept, but I don't I mean, why you could achieve the same at 5%, let's say, because historically we've not had 5% budget increases. So the trigger of 3.5, I understand because we've surpassed it the last couple of years, but I don't know why we would almost double it. I'm trying to say, why wouldn't we just keep it at 5 and you still have the savings that you could potentially use if we don't access it, but then it doesn't become so high that triggers at 6.5. Because I don't really want to see a 6.5% tax increase year over year.
And through the chair to Councillor Killick, it is also a comfort.
You know what? He's a handsome dude.
Councillor Mackay, sorry. It is up to council's comfort level with that trigger amount. I think administration is recommending increasing it, but of course it's open to.
I understand that.
And I would point out, it's not a trigger, like you can make a motion at any
No, I
time.
understand, but I'm trying to understand what administration's thinking.
Yeah, I think the question is why 6.5 and why not something else, right? And
Why not
that's
6.2?
the
Yeah.
answer is based on the assessment, right? And the forecast in particular, and please correct me, over the future is 6.5 seemed like a reasonable sort of target setting. To your point, from status quo all the way up, right? I mean, there's certainly those options should council decide that they're not comfortable with that. And again, the mayor made a point that none of this precludes a motion at budget time anyway, just to be clear, to set the bubbles, but it's based on the forecast and the assessment looking forward, that 6.5 came out of that. So I would say there's some art, there's a science. If you're looking for an equation, I don't think we have an equation, right? We've got an estimate and an evaluation looking at the trends.
Yeah, I'm just trying to support the thought behind it. I mean, I support the idea behind it because I realize the importance of potentially protecting us long-term for operational costs of capital or other decisions. But I don't want to make that ceiling so high that we can't use it if we have a year. And I realize we can use portions of it, but that's all I'm trying to, that's why I was just trying to seek out why 6.5, that's all.
It's
And I,
kind of
and I,
like,
but I don't want to, because I don't want to reach into the sky and pull 5 out of the air because I've got nothing to back it up either, other than,
it's kind of like your frustration with franchise fees numbers, right?
yeah.
But it's a bit of a art and a bit of a voodoo, yeah.
If we could add a little to the voodoo, so the average municipal increase in December of each year, so I'm not talking about after budget amendments, because we all know in the spring, budget amendments may change the overall municipal budget. But in 2023, the average was amongst comparable municipalities was 4.28%. In 2024, it was 5.23%. And in 2025, it was 4.73%. So to give you a baseline, as you mentioned, Councillor Mackay, that 5% may be your baseline. That was the average of our comparable municipalities, and that performed some of the logic basis. I don't have exact numbers for 6.5, but that provided some of the logic basis for what we're looking at or what administration is recommending.
Okay, I appreciate background. The second question I just have on the traffic safety reserve. Do we know approximately what that speed on green number is annually?
Are you talking about what used to be transferred in?
Well,
Oh.
that would, because we had total traffic enforcement, the automated traffic enforcement number. But did we ever break out what the speed on green numbers are? Are they a 80% of it, or are they 40% of it?
Oh, that's a good question, Councillor Mackay. I don't actually have that right now. I have the balance, but I can certainly find that out for you if you wish to submit an information request.
I'm just anticipating the fact that we're going to lose, like, I mean, all municipalities are losing ATE funding, and I'm just thinking, are we prepared for that? And what are our strategies around that?
Yeah, that's a good question. And at this stage, I'll let Bill.
Yeah, Councillor, your point's well taken. So we can certainly source the exact number. Are we prepared for it? We are preparing for it, right? In terms of sort of the rough order of magnitude and the implications to that lack of revenue coming in. Absolutely. We're looking at that as we look at the emergency services budget more holistically. Okay. Mr. Giesbrecht has jumped up. He may be able to provide some more detail.
You're not getting overtime for this.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the question is around specifically correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Mackay, specifically speed on green, the proportion of speed on green in the total photo enforcement program. And if that's the question, I can tell you that it's very little. Over the last couple of years, the speed on green hasn't really contributed a lot in terms of the total automated enforcement fine revenue that was coming in. I believe this policy and this specific reserve that we're talking about, every year we were probably contributing about $8,000 or $9,000 to the reserve. So it's not a significant amount for this actual policy change. We are putting together some more recommendations and bigger implications as Bill had mentioned in terms of the budget for next year and the larger implications for the total program. But speed on green itself is a smaller amount.
Okay, yeah, no, it was more of a curiosity question, but I appreciate the response. It was more just to get to the idea whether or not we're anticipating the end of ATE in St. Albert. So thank you, Aaron. The last question is around the number on the growth stabilization increase, 3 million, and realizing the 800,000 comes out for the accelerator. But is that enough? Should we go higher? Like, why only 500,000?
I think at this stage, it would probably be good because right now it's not at a significant balance. And depending, in addition to that, depending on actually the amount of growth that's actually transferred into the reserve every year, depending on what's being used for operating business cases, I think we felt that this would allow us to build it up. If we decide in a few years that it's exceeding that, again, it's something we could bring back to us, council, to increase. But at this stage, just to have a little bit of a cushion, and then just monitor it from there.
Yeah, it just seems to be our go-to all the time. And I mean, so, I mean, I just like that safety net that might be there as well. I mean, it was more of a more of a observation. I mean, I'm just thinking it's something that we always pull out of, and so I'm just wondering if we should just move the ceiling higher.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, are you referring to the stabilization reserve?
No. Yes, I guess I can see where you're confused. Sorry, I apologize about that. No, but I'm just saying we have used that sometimes and we pull. But I'm just thinking that it would be, if we're gonna make some changes, why go little, you know?
Okay, you're good.
Not saying 6.5 is little.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Just so you know, I put forward amendment to the policy, just a heads up, Counselor. You inspired me. The new permanent staffing requests. So a couple of things. It says when a new request is being recommended, operating business case will be presented to council. Like, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a lot of things where it just says we want this and then we just want a new staff to complete this project, like in mid-year. I'm not talking about the budget time. I'm talking about mid-year. So, and it's not specifying that it is only happening at budget time. So I'm just giving you the heads up that I'm not seeing like the actual, other than just saying, if you want this done, we're going to need another staff person and increase the budget by 100 grand. That seems to be the end of the business case that I've been seeing if it doesn't come in during the budget cycle. The other thing was, why are we changing it from the financial costing is going to be budgeted at step 3 and it's being moved to a step 4? Why is the increase occurring?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, this has actually been part of our budget for the last number of years. So this policy change is just aligning the budget and guiding principles with what we've actually been doing in practice. And I think what happened was when we, I think if several years ago, there was a change in the number of levels within, or the number of steps within each level. And so this is kind of the mid-range point, and I don't think the budget and guiding principles policy was updated to reflect that.
Okay. The other question is, in last budget, there was discussion about how the new staffing, the additional 25% of their salary that's supposed to go into year 2, we are going to accommodate that, and you guys are going to come up with a solution to accommodate the fact that we're only budgeting for 3/4 of a salary when we take on a new person. I don't see that in this document.
Thanks, Councillor Hughes. We did do an internal analysis on the application of assessment growth and taking into consideration one-time business cases and then FTEs that had one-time operating costs offset of that. When it was applied in the next year, it was determined that it wasn't warranted or required based on this review to adjust those percentages.
So why wasn't it required?
When the analysis was done and we looked at the second year and the additional increases based on those FTEs, they were offset by the one-time business cases, like reduced by that amount, and by any one-time costs were removed. So when we looked at those impacts in those additional years, they weren't warranting a requirement to change those percentages or a different application of
But I think the end state was that there was actually, because the concern obviously is you're approving a 3/4 FTE in the business case, right? And in point of fact, it costs a quarter more than that once you hire the person. That what the analysis has showed that that 1/4% off is offset by those one-time business cases coming off. Having said that, business cases coming forward, I think we should do a better job, not only at the ask for the 3/4 for the next year, but at articulating the entirety of the cost, right, of that FTE over time. And so that was why we're here today, without that specific component of it. If that you want that included, we could certainly make that amendment.
Okay, we're going to break this down for me one more time because I'm going to pretend I'm a toddler. So you're telling me that the average salary, let's say it's coming into council is often coming in at 100,000, which means their actual salary and benefits is 125. And so you're telling me that for all the new staffing people, that when we reduce the base, like I'm missing how this is naturally occurring without us removing the costs somewhere else manually from council. So how is this? How are we accounting for 25% of their salary and benefits in a different area of the budget?
So through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I think when we did the analysis, what we looked at is in total, if you look at all of the operating business cases that have been presented to council over the years, when you look at sort of, with the exception of last year, but when you generally look, there's often one-time business cases. And then we also have, so one-time business cases that are then not reflected in the second and third year. In addition to that, we do have where you have 3/4 of a salary. You also have one-time costs associated, for example, with computers or furniture that may not be in the second or third year. So while on an individual FTE basis, the second or third year would be higher. When we looked at, when we did an analysis of the business cases that we all presented in totality, and when you looked at the differences that was going to impact the net budget, when you compared all of them, it wasn't a significant difference. So the analysis kind of felt that the amount of work that it would involve to actually separately track all of that, for the amount of increase or decrease, it wasn't a huge difference to the tax base in the second and third year.
Okay, I'm going to be asking for an IR that, so you guys can illustrate exactly what we're talking about, and I'm going to look for actual numbers.
Sure. I think we did a BIR last year as well, Councillor Hughes on it, but we can certainly do
Sure.
an IR on that.
Whatever you've done in the most recent time, to justify where you're at, I'd like to see that, because the intention when I discussed this before and we removed it from the document was that we were going to look for this solution now, and I did not want to be prescriptive, but you're gonna have to talk me into it or I will be. So I'm looking forward to seeing that as soon as you can get it to me. That's it, Mayor, and I just do have that amendment whenever this does come forward.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the update. Just, can you put that slide up there with the ladder? And it's more a philosophical question to you more than a practical application of this. So I understand what you're saying here, but how do you answer the question if somebody asks you, where does intergenerational equity come in here? Because if you leave before the save or the spending part, then you're actually over or not receiving the benefit of actually what's happening in the community, right? So, I mean, it looks like it's every year that that's happening, but I'm not sure that that's always the case. You might have a couple of years of savings and then the fire hall comes on 5 years later. And there was an opportunity to mitigate tax increases for 4 of those years, but we saved it. And those people that were there for those 4 years didn't receive that benefit. How do you respond to that?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Broadhead, and it is a good question. It's the premise that a lot of times when we bring that infrastructure on, is the cost, like you said, are coming on later. And a good example that we'll see right away is bus service to Sherrill and Riverside. You'll see those in that now coming on board. But you're right, the premise is that we want to make sure that that a lot of times the revenue that's coming on with those new growth or that opportunity is offsetting the costs that are coming on in that time frame. So that's why that strategy that we're using is to try to offset it with that alignment. A lot of the costs that we're seeing right now are operating costs that are short term. But then the other piece of it, like you said, in the generational equity is that cost to replace that infrastructure. So we're trying to apply that along that time horizon. But you're right, the reality is the costs are going to go with the life of the asset, and we want to, as much as we can, offset those impacts of increase in costs. And your idea is that you're going to have growth in the community with new residents and businesses to support that and help with the
Mm.
cost, and it's going to be spread evenly. But the idea is that we want to use these strategies to make sure that there's not, in potentially, if there's not the growth that happens so quickly, that the current residents and businesses aren't impacted with those costs. So that's really the concept we always want to keep in mind. Does that make sense?
Well, I understand what you're doing here. It's just if somebody comes on the year that those savings are expended, they're receiving a benefit that they didn't pay into, right? So there's sort of two sides of the equation there, and it's just interesting on how it plays out. And I hearken back to the policy where we had pay as you go. And we didn't build anything for 8 years, right? And because it was, we couldn't borrow money. We couldn't do any of that because we were paying as you go because you didn't want to burden your grandchildren with the debt. But on the other hand, they're not paying for the infrastructure that they get benefit by. That's the word. You understand where I'm going from? So this whole intergenerational equity philosophy, how does that play out in terms of this ladder? And I just raised the question because we'll get asked the question out in the community to be sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. A few of the things that come to mind when I hear the 6.5 is that's an acceptable number. That's our new acceptable number, which is scary in my opinion. You mentioned the comparable municipalities at 4.73, but there were other municipalities that were much lower than that. And then when the school tax came in, which bumped the taxes up, a lot of municipalities at that point in time found a way of rolling back that, the planned tax increase. So the question I had on my mind at that time is, where'd you find that money to roll it back? Instead of just not having that high of a tax increase in the first place, right? So in your discussions of having all these boundaries of where it jumps up and down, have you ever thought of having a cap on business cases, on on amounts that you're putting forward with business cases instead of planning for the upload of up to 6.5% of business cases, and then we're deciding where we're going to pull that from?
So through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, so right now the decision how to use our assessment growth is in policy. So as we've noted, 45% is applied to the base and 55% is applied to be able to use for business cases with no tax impact. So the 6.5, what we're saying is that if we don't use all of our assessment growth against business cases, instead of releasing it against the tax base, it goes to that transfer. And so part of this is saying that we wouldn't pull that down and apply it against the tax base against unless it was greater than 6.5. And certainly, with the business cases that we bring forward to council, they are recommendations. Council has the opportunity to not approve them, but what it would do is it wouldn't impact what gets used against the base unless council so chose it. And 6.5 isn't necessarily what we feel is a normal or what the new normal is. I think in assessing it, it's trying to ensure that the funds would build up until something happened where you could have something coming in, which could, let's say you had a big infrastructure come in and the operating costs were like 10% or something. I'm over exaggerating, but just something like that. So it's not something that we think is going to be the new normal, but we want to ensure that if it is used, it's at a rate that it would be very high. And again, subject to council's, this is what we've recommended, but subject to council's comfort as to what they feel would be the right amount.
Right. And I understand saving for an emergency, but I mean, last budget we had, it announced that we had this gigantic surplus, yet we're raising taxes, right? And now if we're putting a 6.5 as that visual, that public visual, that it could be to that number, and we're saying we're saving for a rainy day, I'm going to be hearing, well, no, the rainy day is now, not in the future if you're projecting that high of an increase. So that's very, very difficult for me to justify is feedback, and it's such a dramatic jump. So that's all I have.
Councillor Killick. Just so I'm wrapping my head around this in kind of terms that I would explain it to a resident. This, and correct me if I'm wrong, so I'll phrase it this way as a question, but this is like I'm in a condo. My condo association says, geez, we're going to have a big cash call. We got to replace the roof 5 years from now, i.e. fire hall. And we want you to keep paying into it a little bit. We're going to raise your rates a little bit to the 6.5. And we're going to save that money so that we don't have to do a big cash call for the roof / operating of Fire Hall 5 or Fire Hall 4 when it comes on stream. So it's going to help to smooth that out. We're going to save a little bit now and apply it later to the operating expense. And we've forecast. We know we're going to have Fire Hall 4. We're in the final design phases of it and getting ready to build it. So this is prudent planning. We know we're going to have a community amenity site. It's in the future, so we better start saving for the operating costs when that comes on. And if, unfortunately, if I move out of my condo before the roof gets replaced, I've paid into it. I don't get the benefit, but that's a risk I take. I could move out of St. Albert's and not get to take advantage of that savings triangle because Fire Hall 4 has never come on stream. Is that kind of like putting it into layman's language, if you will, that the way I would relate to it as a non-city finance expert?
No, is a great interpretation. It's essentially putting it away for when those future costs come, just like you said. And we already have those projects on the plan, those communities, fire halls, which we know come with operating costs. So we just want to make sure we're having a strategy to address when those costs come on as a tool to offset. And that is so you explained it well.
Maybe I could just jump in with one point though, just in terms of clarification is what we're not saying though is explicit. We're not raising people's rates.
Right.
So the 6.5% for the public should not be seen as, oh, this is going to be your tax increase, right? It's about the threshold at which, from an administrative perspective, right, we would take that sort of surplus or the additional assessment growth that wasn't used and apply it automatically. Obviously, council can make that determination and sort of where your comfort level is from a public interest perspective and from your governance perspective is a fair conversation, I think, for council to figure out where it is. But I just wanted to provide that sort of context and clarification.
Yeah, absolutely fair. And good clarification. The other clarity then was the 6.5 was generated by looking at a forecast of what Fire Hall 4 and amenities site eventually would be as operating. Like it's actual 6.5 was based in some science of kind of looking, or is that just an example?
Through the chair to Councillor Klilic, it wasn't necessarily taking into account like fire hall or whatever. It was more understanding when we initially set it, what was 3.5 was maybe considered very high. We never thought. And now it's trying to get it to that threshold, knowing that the city is experiencing a lot of growth right now. And that with that growth, we will be incurring a lot of costs operating, not only capital, but operating in the future. So to try to mitigate some of those tax impacts that could be felt in several years down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. I see no more questions. And Councillor Hughes, I still haven't seen your amending motion. But why don't we get the main motion on the floor? Is anyone willing to do that? And then we can have an amending motion. Councillor Jolly, I appreciate that. Go ahead.
That SCOW recommend to council that amendments to the following council policies provided as attachments to the agenda report entitled Review of Financial Council Policies dated July 8, 2025 be approved. CFS 05 Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles and CFS 01 Financial Reserves.
Awesome. Okay. Councillor Hughes, why don't you just read? Did you guys get the amending motion?
So what I propose is actually that we consider whether the amendment to CFS 05 will pass first. And if it does, then this motion can go ahead with some as amended language. So we do have the wording from Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hughes, just for information, I did update it slightly to just kind of fit the legislative framework a little bit. But essentially the essence of the motion from Councillor Hughes is to maintain the 3.5 at 3.5 instead of changing it to 6.5%. So Councillor Hughes will just put it up on the screen. That's the wording that I came up with based on your email.
Thank you. I don't know why it wasn't kept. It only got to some of you, but I'm glad it got to the people that at least have to put it up on the screen.
So
Okay,
Mayor
so,
Herron,
yeah.
if this passes, so I would suggest this gets read in first and is moved first. And then once we know whether this is passed or not, we can approve both of the policies together, which was the motion that Councillor Jolly has just read in. And there may also be other amendments after this one, I'm not sure, but I propose we do the amendments first and then the whole approving motion of the policies last.
Okay, but the motion says that policy CFS 05 be amended. Policy CFS 05 doesn't currently have 6.5 in there.
Well, so what this
So
is
there could
based on
maybe
is,
proposed policy?
it's the red line. It's the red, we recommended as administration, the red line to be approved.
Yeah.
So this would amend the red line. So the effect of the impact of this getting approved would be that it would stay at 3.5. It's just the
Right.
wording is a little bit odd because as you say, currently it doesn't have 6.5 in it, but the proposed one does. So if you would like, I can say that proposed policy CFS. Okay, we'll change that.
But the net effect is status quo from
Status quo
the
for the
3.5%, right? That's the result. Absolutely. Yeah.
Before I accept it, Councillor Hughes, I'll go to Councillor Kai's question.
Yeah, so I mean, if we had an amendment, and I don't think it'd be a friendly amendment, if I said, no, let's go to 5%. Would we have to, we're gonna have to go to this one and then I would have to put another amendment in? Is that the proper procedure?
That's correct. Or there can be a vote to amend this motion. This is currently the motion on the floor. So someone can move to amend it and we can vote on the amendment. So we can create a slight amending motion, or you can vote on this. And if it doesn't pass, you can vote on another one.
But I think that the latter seems to me to be neater. At the end of the day, your choice 100%, but just to deal, if this passes, it's a done deal, right? At the end of the day. And then if this doesn't, and there's an intervening or a number between 3.5 and 6.5 that you're more comfortable with, like you deal with it one-on-one. Ultimately, I think it's up to the mayor, but.
Well, no, well, no, and this is.
So
this is-
we can't vote on Councillor Hughes' motion, I don't think. Well, I guess we could, but.
Yeah.
But I
so-
just heard you say that you'd be okay to accept an amending motion? Okay, yeah, why don't we amend
Well-
Councillor Hughes' amending motion?
So I have to put it on the floor to amend it by,
So your motion would say that you want to amend this motion by replacing 3.5 with 5.
yes. Is
Okay.
that all right?
Yes, I'll draft that right.
I'd like to make it 5.7.
Mayor, all I
5.7 to
ask
8.
is before we vote on his, if I could just open and then when you go to, then we can.
No,
vote.
it's his motion now, so we'll go to him and then you can use
If
exactly
I-
what
if
you
I
want to
put
say.
an Amendment,
Yeah.
unless you're gonna. Okay. Is that all right then? That, I'm just trying to make sure that main motion be amended by changing 3.5 to 5.
Right.
That's
so
what it
right-
says. Yep.
So right now, the amending motion to amend Counselor Hughes's motion is on the floor. That's what's up for debate. During that debate, everyone can make their comments and have the 5 minutes related to this amending motion.
Does the mayor have to accept that motion though?
You have to bribe me
You want 5.5?
at the dilly bar. No, go ahead, Councillor Hugh, or Mackay, I accept it.
No, I mean, I think you know from my questions, I understand the rationale and I think that that's strong and I appreciate all the questions around it. Where I was trying to get to is I'm trying to figure out is 6.5 the number and I want to support administration, but I just think 6.5 is too high. Because I know in the past, we've been able to use this as a very successful tool to manage tax increases. And I would like to, I'd like to have a win-win situation where administration can work with a number. And I think 5% is a number. It's a 1.5% increase above. Yeah, counting toes though. 1.5% increase. And although it doesn't meet what perhaps administration wants, I think it allows some room for both council and administration to work.
All right, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm actually just going to do the debate for mine on his because it's relevant to both whether 3.5 or 5 or if we do anything at all. So the reason why I was, and I don't know how to vote with yours now because I would take 5 over 3.5, but I don't want 6.5. So I wish you'd presented it just 3 minutes later, Councillor Mackay. The challenge we have right now is that this is very, very prescriptive of saying a 6.5. And I realize that, yes, you can say I'm going to do it in spite of it, but then it's a dramatic difference if you bring it forward at a 5 or a 4.5 versus a 6.5. And while I'm hearing that we can save for it, also at the same time, if we know there's something coming up with multi-year budgeting, what I'd love to have is that staff comes forward and says, in 3 years, we are anticipating a higher tax increase for this reason. And so we recommend that we do put money aside for the next 2 to 3 years to offset it for this reason. And not just let's offset it and let's just see when we happen to need it with a threshold of 6.5. So instead of working cooperatively right now with this type of thing, we are now just saying it's a 6.5, which in default, and it also says in that policy that it can't, if it goes above 6.5, we can't use it unless it goes to 6.5, which basically means that we are saying that a 6.5% tax increase is an acceptable number. Anything past that, we should take mitigating circumstances, but below that, that's okay. And personally, I am not comfortable with a 6.5. Even a 5, and that's why Councilor Mackay, I'm really struggling right now, has dramatic impacts. And so I'd like to show you the impact, because we've discussed the impact of how it'll affect the city's finances. I'd like to share a screen, and I'm going to show you, if I can. I'm looking at my man over here, the guy who can control all things. I'm like, where is my thing? Here we go. So this is, I've got so many things going on here. Let me make things small. These are small. There we go. So what I'm looking at right now, these are the impacts to the taxpayer of taking a 3.5% tax increase as a standard versus a 6.5% tax increase as a standard. So if we look at year one here, year one, let's just say I just took a base number of 5,000 as a base because you got to start with something, and many taxes are above 4, but many people have it above 5. So let's just take $5,000 as a base, and that's today. If we do a 3.5% tax increase in year one, it goes up by $175.
So what's the starting amount, like the house?
$5,000 for a house. Let's just say your taxes are $5,000.
Oh, 5,000 is your taxes.
That's your
Okay.
taxes this
Okay.
year as a base, as an example. I got to start with something. That's my number. So we're saying 5,000 this year. 3.5 increases it by $175, 6.5, 3.25. And then as we continue to go down, this is just a 5-year result. At the end of 5 years, you're going to see that down here, the total increase on 3.5 is a $900 increase after 5 years. It is double to do a 6.5% tax increase. The impact, the difference is an extra $912. And your taxes that were today $5,000 and a 6.5% is acceptable tax increase are now $6,850. Now, if we just roll this ball down a little bit further down the road, on years 5 through 10, we're just going to take that same number we had, $5,938, and we're going to increase it. At 3.5% tax increase, 5 years down the road, we're now at $7,000. Your taxes have actually increased 41% in 10 years. But at 6.5% tax increase, again, starting with that 6850 and then rolling that ball down the road, you're at $9,300 on your same property for taxes in just 10 years. That's a tax increase of 88% in 10 years. The difference here is $2,300 per household every single year, or we're looking at $200 a month on a tax increase by saying that 6.5% is where we're actually going to consider to be an acceptable tax increase on average. Now, if you take it 15 years, and many people live here for 15 years, and I've been here for 15 years, and you'll say, my taxes went up so much in 15 years. Now, and we've discussed this at budget, and this is why I'm just breaking it down, because you said, what was the chart? This is it. We take that number from the year 10, 7,000, we add now the 3.5%. The numbers are now over $200 a piece. And our end number is $8,300 after 15 years versus if we do the 6.5, and again, except this standard, $12,800. That same property has gone up 157% in taxes over 15 years. The difference is going to be $4,400 a year if we accept that as a 66.5% tax increase. That is scary for many people, especially people on limited income. Even if they own their own home as seniors, if they suddenly are in that home and they're there for 10 more years and $4,000 more or $9,000 of a tax increase is coming out of their wages, they're not going to be able to afford to live there anymore. It's a dramatic difference. Over 15 years, it's even more dramatic. So this is why I'm looking at this and saying I'd like to see a 3.5. It's not because I'm pulling this out. It's because I want the council to be able to have the flexibility to decide what is the acceptable tax increase year over year. I'm not saying that we need to actually vote to decrease it to 3.5 every single year. Somebody can bring forward the motion or not bring forward the motion, but if they did at budget, the council could say, you know what, we got some things coming up. I don't want to do it this year. We're going to mitigate it otherwise. And that's acceptable because there'd be justification for why you're doing it, both the short and medium long term. But saying that we're doing a 6.5 and we're not going to actually use any of this money, which was tax savings of the previous years, unless we hit 6.5% tax increase, we are potentially increasing people's taxes by up to $4,400 by saying that we're not going to interfere. And that we actually consider anything below that to be something that's not justified to use this money to decrease taxes. And we have used it in the past years to decrease taxes. And we also have not had any immediate upcoming projects to say, you know, let's have this discussion with administration to say maybe we shouldn't do that. And if in the background, or if there was something that said this is our immediate need, then that's definitely something we should be considering. But the problem is when we say 6.5 and we're only going to reduce it to 6.5, this is what the cumulative effect could be. And I understand that right now, with all of the other policy changes that we've made to the financials, including that 1.5 going in every year, which I said there'll be consequences to the taxpayer then, we have now increased the base substantially by 1.5%, quite frankly, from what it would have been otherwise. But as a result of that, we can't say, well, then as a result of increasing to 4.5%, we don't want to use any of the money that we're saving to decrease and offset that massive increase that we've agreed to every single year. I don't think that's fair to the taxpayers. I don't think it's fair to council to say that we're going to tie our hands and now make a new standard and not try to get those taxes down. I understand that other municipalities have had higher tax increases than us, but other municipalities also have a lower tax base to start with. So a percentage of 3% for us is often the same as a 5 or 6% in another community. So to say that we're lower and we should expect to be higher is actually a pretty scary statement to make, because we're ignoring the fact that we're not looking at a flat value, we're looking at a percentage. And we are higher taxes than most people in other municipalities. That's just a fact. People move here in spite of that, but they don't necessarily want it to go dramatically increased from there. So I don't know what to do, quite frankly, Councillor Killick, with your motion, because I'd like to still keep it at 3.5. I'd like to still have to give the council of the day the opportunity to have that discussion. And then the opportunity to say we're deliberately not doing it for these reasons, as opposed to tying our hands and saying that it's just has to be 6.5 because we've increased the base. And as a result, we should expect higher tax increases and we should accept them as they are. And I personally cannot accept a 6.5% tax increase, knowing that people, if they've been here for 15 years, are looking at 157% increase their taxes and saying that that's an acceptable standard, because if we keep it at 6.5, that's basically what we're saying. Anything below that is good to go. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the comments from Councillor Hughes, and my comment about the 5% that Councillor Mackay has brought forward. We're pretty close to that 6.5%, so all those arguments could hold in that same situation. The fact is, we're pulling 5% out of our hat. We don't even know where the 6.5% came from, and now we're on, picking another number out of the air, the 5.0% to be our acceptable amount of taxes. It was mentioned by administration that, we can not approve the business cases, but we can also not do the transfers and leave that money where you want it to stay. The argument is that you're keeping that tax base at a 6.5 so that we have that pile of money sitting there in case of emergency, but nothing says that council has to transfer it either. If the argument is correct that it's needed for something in the future, whether it's at 3.5, where we should keep our max tax, in my opinion, it can stay there. So we still have that ability to keep the money in savings, not transfer it even at the lower amount. Thank you.
Excuse me. Councillor Broadhead.
Well, understanding that the numbers really are around when we get to use prior year's assessment excess. I do believe that 6.5 is way too high. In my opinion, we could argue whether 3.5 is too high, but it has worked for us in the past. And it has given us the opportunity to use assessment growth in many ways, one of which was to defer tax increases. So I think throwing in the number 6.5 is council can always do what it wants, but it constrains future councils by policy to 6.5 level before you can even, according to policy, consider using excess assessment growth. So I don't know that it needs to be increased at all, quite honestly, because it's just a threshold when we get to consider the use of assessment growth. So I understand why the proposal is to raise it. I'm not sure I agree with it either. So, but quite honestly, I don't know where 5% comes from either. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So 6.5% is an extremely uncomfortable number to contemplate after decades of low tax increases. But it's realistic. And it's thoughtfully proposed by financial experts using really complex projections. I don't even pretend to understand the work that you guys do. I'm thankful for it. The tax increases that we've seen over the last decades were artificially low, and we've seen that time and time again in our discussions about RMR and growth capital financing. And really, we've downloaded need to future generations of St. Albert residents and businesses. So I'm thankful that we're starting to be honest about both the RMR and capital growth requirements and an aging and a growing municipality. Without that reflection, we can't have discussions about either reducing our service levels or reducing our capital wish lists. And, last term we did a great job of slashing our capital wish lists, but we're still in a really tough spot. So for that reason, I'm supporting administration's recommendation because I think it's the, our best option at this time. Thank you.
Real quick, currently I'm kind of aligned with Councillor Jolly. There's been a need to increase this ceiling. We haven't used it very often, but we have used it in the past. But with the projections into the future, I think we will need to be putting more money into reserves to cover off some of those climbs. So I'm not sure if 5 or 6.5 is the right number. Again, in my opinion, it's irrelevant. What I do believe is that we do need to increase it from 3.5 so that we are putting some money aside for some of those big spikes in taxes to help our residents avoid those in the future. So I will let you close, Councillor Mackay.
I don't know whether it matters because I don't know where I am on my own motion. Because I understand the arguments all the way around. I'm just going back to the administrative backgrounder that identified going back when this threshold first established, it was 1.8% based on the fact that that was what the annual or that the average tax increases in 2018 was 1.8%. 3.5% then made as a threshold made some sense. It would add as a buffer. And like it's been mentioned before by councillors, this is just this is a threshold that we can choose to use whether or not we want to use it. So my reasoning, I totally understand the administration's kind of rationale in relation to then saying, how do we start to look at some of the increases, inflationary increases and other cost increases that we're going to be facing over the next few years. So picking a number then to move that threshold to 6.675 or 5, I think was an appropriate, and I commend administration for bringing it forward as you should have. So when I pulled 5 out, I just said, you were 1.8, you created a 3.5%. We're at 3.5, now we can go to 5%. That type of a kind of a rationale for my 5%. But I mean, again, I understand the arguments for going to 6.75, and I understand the arguments for 3.5, and then just using it as a buffer. But I'm just very conscious that I would imagine that we won't even, if we're going to be faced with 3.5% tax increases or 4% tax increases, or heaven forbid 4.5% tax increases in the future, why even have a threshold? Because we won't even touch it then. We'll just blow by it, and it won't even be used. So this allows us at least to keep a tool that was being very successful for buffering, or very successful for actually planning to mitigate some of the tax impacts down the road. So that's kind of where I'm thinking of 5. And but I can understand 6.75 and I understand 3.5. But I think let's continue to use a very successful tool. I just got to remind, we've been faced with projections in the past, even this term, where we were supposed to be looking at 7 or 8% tax increases. And what have they ended up being? 2.9, lower, less, we've managed to get it down below 4%. So I think it's obviously it's still going to reside on council at budget decisions to make those important decisions to keep the tax rate workable. So we're not going to be at 6.75, but I'm just saying we have a threshold. It's worked for us. I can see that as anything we can move it into allowing for some of the changes we're seeing in our environment. So keep it, but maybe raise it to 5.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That motion fails with myself, Councillor Killican, Councillor Mackay in favor.
Okay, just waiting for my cue. I'm just going to be really brief. I'm just going to remind you guys, $5,000 at 3.5 yields in 15 years an $8,300 tax bill, and at 6.5 is $12,860. And I just think that the council should be able to make that decision about what the tax bill should be acceptable to be at, and use every tool they want to at that time, understand both the short and long-term consequences. And if we leave it at 3.5, the council has that opportunity to empower themselves to make those decisions. If we move it, we are literally tying their hands or discouraging them from even being able to use that tool. So 3.5 does not mean we're going to take it every time at 3.5. It just means that the opportunity to have a wholesome discussion and perhaps increase communication between us and communication about long-term consequences of future plans in the next couple of years would actually occur. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes with myself, Councillor Jolly, and Councillor Mackay opposed. So we're at 3.5, but now we can just go back to the main motion and the understanding that it's 3.5. Nothing else is changing, right? No motions.
Correct.
Okay. And Councillor Jolly had moved that motion originally. Okay.
So the only difference is that there's the words as amended in CFS 05 because we've amended it.
Perfect, but CFS 01 is the same. Councillor Jolly, anything on debate on this one?
Yeah, just really briefly, thank you for the cleanup. I know the 3.5% is not going to be enough to keep up, but that is going to be a really interesting discussion for the next council. And I look forward to hearing that as a resident. Thank you.
Anyone else on debate? All right, I'll call for the vote. Who are we waiting for? Okay. We're closed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. All right, does anyone need a break? It's 2:30. We just have a little bit left. Yeah, okay. 5 minutes sounds good. Yep. What? In their chairs. Okay, we have excuse me. We're 6.2 is offsite levy fund policy compliance report. And then that's it. Except for, I think this is IR that we gotta read in. Okay. And who do I have here?
Good afternoon. I'm going to present Stephen Graham, Senior Business Analyst in Finance and Strategic Services, to present the offsite levy.
Are you our offsite levy expert now?
He's the offsite levy compliance expert.
Compliance expert. All right, go whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, members of council. So today we are going to talk about offsite levy recovery fund compliance, a riveting subject, I know. So before we get into the specifics of that, I just want to touch on a little bit of background, and my screen's not working. Why not? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, a little bit of background. As council knows, the city occasionally provides upfront funding for offsite levy projects, which we generally refer to as front ending. This is usually for larger infrastructure projects that are prioritized by the city. And the underlying purpose of front ending is really to help facilitate the city's development priorities. When we do choose to front end projects, funding is recovered through the offsite levy system, from the offsite levy system through future offsite levy fees. And reimbursement to front ending parties is governed by Council Policy CP&E 08 offsite levy framework. Council will be familiar with this. The city's engineering team updates the offsite levy model every year and brings it to council in March, and for approval, and part of that approval process is the distribution of funds to front-ending parties, of which the city is one. So what is the offsite levy reserve fund? Well, basically it's a reserve that's used to manage cash flows related to offsite levy project front-ending. As a general rule, front ending is done through the use of debentures, which provides the cash for project expenditures, and then the debt servicing related to those debentures is paid back over time. So this reserve is used to manage those cash flows. And administration has developed a financial model to help the city ensure that the offsite levy recovery fund has the capacity to meet debt servicing obligations related to front ending both now and in the future. So the model looks at the development schedule, projected debt servicing related to debentures, and inflows from future offsite levy fees. The offsite levy recovery fund is governed by Council Policy CFS 20, offsite levy fund utilization. So when we do talk about compliance, we're talking about the terms of this policy. So one of the main principles in the policy is this fund should be restricted to strategic offsite levy projects that are supported by Council Policy CPE 09, offsite levy front ending prioritization criteria. The city has a cross-functional team, and their responsibility is to prioritize offsite levy projects for recommendation for potential front ending if necessary. So that the job of that team is very much based on the principles outlined in this policy CPE 09. So the offsite levy recovery fund is governed by Council Policy CFS 20, offsite levy fund utilization. So in addition to the previous slide, we talked about the kind of projects that should be that this fund should be used for. And the other part of that is how this, or what it should be, what this fund is actually used to do. And essentially there's two priorities.
One is the debt servicing related to the debentures that's used for the front ending of city approved infrastructure. That's both current and future. And the other part is what we call direct cash payouts from the reserve. So really all that means is instead of using a debenture, we will occasionally pay money directly out of the fund, usually for smaller amounts. And this is very much the exception as opposed to the rule. The majority of the cash flows in this fund are related to debentures. So there are also some financial constraints that are built into the policy, and that is also simulated in the model. So the model must demonstrate two things. One, it must show a positive balance at the end of the development forecast period. And the second is that it must maintain a balance that is equivalent to 3 years of debt servicing within the first 3 years of the forecast and 2 years of debt servicing within years 4 through 10 of the forecast. So that I'm going to help you understand that a little bit better. So as an example might be, if we are saying that there's $20 million of debt servicing forecasted in 2025, 2026, and 2027, and the current version of the model is the 25 version. So that would be a total of $20 million that needs to be paid out in the next 3 years. This, in the policy, we are saying that at the end of 2025, we must have at least $20 million in the balance. So an equivalent of 3 years of debt servicing. I hope that makes sense to everybody. I see some confused faces, so let me go through.
No, we're all
Is
good.
everybody okay?
Yep.
All right. And we can go over it again if it's necessary. Okay, let's move on. So what's the purpose of offsite levy recovery fund compliance? Well, first, it's to ensure that we're meeting the objectives related to the front ending of offsite levy projects. And second, that we're ensuring that the debt servicing obligations relating to the debentures that are used to front end can be met. So compliance, the other thing we are saying in the policy is that administration must report to council annually on the status of the fund. So to that end, I can report today that effective May 2025, the Offsite Levy Recovery Fund is fully compliant with the terms defined in Council Policy CFS 20, Offsite Levy Recovery Fund utilization. And that is the end of our brief presentation. We can certainly take some questions now.
First question is, have we done this before?
Yes, in 2019.
Okay, and then, but it's
So
in
the-
policy that we,
Yes, we have, I don't know what happened. I think COVID really turned things upside down. So
Okay.
I think it just got lost in the shuffle. So we're committing to bringing this to council every year from here forward.
awesome. And this is just for information. Yes, okay.
Yes.
All right, is there any questions for Councillor Killick? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Stephen. I assume that this also falls part of our annual audit that is done. They look at off-site levies, do they, and say whether we're compliant and how much is in reserve, and but is this part of the audit or?
As part of the audit, did you say?
Yeah,
So the-
external audit.
Oh, the external audit. I am not privy to that. If Abraham, if you're online, can you speak to that?
I might be able to provide a bit of an example. The offsite levy recovery reserve is different than the offsite levy permits that we collect on behalf of developers and are then either distributed back to the city if they're front ending or back to developers. So part of the audit would certainly look at the deferred revenue component, which Abraham might be able to speak with, and they go through with the process that we use in development of fees. In regards to the reserve, they would look at if if as part of the policy, we're using the reserve appropriately, but I don't think there would be like a detailed audit of the actual, the compliance itself, because that is a council policy.
Okay, I knew there was something in the year-end audit that talked about reserves and offsite levies, but I wasn't sure if this is, maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe Counselor, I do see that Abrams popped up. Anything to add?
Yeah, so the auditor does reach out every year and just looks at what we're front ending. And I do send him a copy of what our internal trackings are just in terms of front ending.
Okay, so we've got multiple checks and balances in place, not just this one-time update that we see. Right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hughes.
Okay, this isn't directly related to the balance stuff. I'm glad it's all working out, Stephen, for you. Okay. But what I'm wondering is, so like we have this potential upcoming debt for insert offsite levy project here, but right now we have the Northeast sourcing. So I know there's been discussion about, and I'm sure you've done these numbers and I just haven't. So I'm just going to try to cheat off of you to figure this out. But I mean, there's been discussion like that we'd like to have developers contribute towards the overall front end costing, right? But then we also have to give back a portion of the total revenue on a basis to compensate them for that, right? So does it make that much of a difference to how much our total debt payment is going to be? If, because I'm just like, okay, let's just take a smaller, but if I'm doing 10 million and they're doing 1 million and we're doing a paying it back, I get a certain portion, they get a certain portion. So does it actually change anything as to what the, I guess it takes away some of the risk, and that if nobody pays and then they don't get paid either, right? But is the total amount really what's the impacts?
Right, it's a good question. So there's two parts to this question. So if we were able to share the front ending with another party, you're right in the sense that as far as the offsite levy recovery fund is concerned, it would be a bit of a wash, because yes, we would not have to send out as much money in the form of debentures, but we would also be receiving less money in the form of future offsite levy fees. So that's a fair point. Where it does impact us as an overall organization is our debt limit.
But from a payment process thing, it's other than if it's really goes south, they would take on some of that debt load.
Yeah, to fully answer that question, I would need to model it with all of the information. You know, sometimes what looks very linear is not completely linear, but in a general sense, I believe that the difference would be negligible. However, you know, there's lots of things. This model is very much based on estimates, right? And we're estimating timing of projects. We're estimating when we think money is coming in based on the development schedule. For the most part, we know what the debentures are going to be if they're current actual debentures, but there are sometimes debentures for approved projects. Let me rephrase that. There are sometimes approved projects where we haven't used all of the budget yet. So there may be future debentures that we don't have 100% certainty on. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that estimates come with some risk. There's the chance of error, and estimates change over time. So you do have to, you know, to properly understand it, and you can really only make a 100%, it's not even 100% because it's still based on estimates, but it's basically a point in time. And so that point in time, with the best information you have available at that time, you can present a recommendation, or you can present an idea where you think things are going to fall, but a year from now that could be completely different based on a new set of information.
Yeah, and I get that. What I'm wondering too is if, let's just say I'm developer A, and so I'm like, I'm going to give you $10 million towards whatever it is. Do we pay them back on a 25-year schedule? We pay them back at the same rate as whatever our debt load is going to be, or do we pay them back at a different rate schedule?
Well, the repayment part of it is actually governed by a policy. And I'm going to ask Abram if he can speak to this, because there are specific rules around how funds are reimbursed to front ending parties. And we're just one front ending party. There are
Yeah, so to answer your question, there's no set schedule on when we would repay a front-ending party. As we collect levies each year, it's just on a pro rata share. So if we hold as the city 75% of the debt, front-ended debt for offsite levies, then we get 75% of what we collected in levies that year. And likewise, that remaining 25% goes to the developers. So there's not a set schedule to say we will repay you as the city or developer, any front-ending party in a certain amount of time. It's just as levies are collected. And I think that speaks to some of the risk that Stephen is referring to, just in terms of when those levies are actually collected and when we're forecasting how much levies are collected each year.
Okay, that makes sense. So from a developer point of view, though, they really don't know what they're gonna, how long they'll be how long they'll be tying up that money when they do agree to front end it. But at the same time, we can't put on a risk to ourselves saying, we'll guarantee we'll pay this back to you, especially if we don't meet those numbers ourselves.
I mean, basically at the moment, we accept that risk.
Okay, I was just, because we've had a lot of discussion about developer contributions, and I'm just trying to get a better understanding while you're sitting here, and I just got you tied down to that chair. You know, as a council, what we think we'll want to do going forward on that. So you're bringing forward a policy about the front ending, obviously, not now, but at some point in the future.
Yeah, I believe it's scheduled to come to council next year, although there will be a check-in, I believe, in September, as far as I understand.
All right, well, so many considerations. Okay, thank you for that. That's all, Mayor.
All right. Is there any further questions on the compliance report? Yep. I see none. You guys are off the hook. Thank you so much. All right. Sorry, getting back to the agenda. We have no emergent items. I know Councillor Killick had AIR on fire services for Poundmaker. Do you want to read it in?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Based on the recent fire at Poundmaker's Lodge, please provide an estimate cost to upgrade the fire hydrant infrastructure to a current standard municipal capacity. This budget estimate would be used to inform a PM addition to the 10-year capital plan.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And Councillor Hughes, did you say you had one?
Yeah. To please provide the analysis to justify not amending the financial policies to accommodate the increased staff salary and benefit costs for all new FTEs in the second year of hiring. You know what I mean by the approved FTEs. Please provide as much detail as possible. That's it. Thank you.
And that was it. Is that correct? Okay. All right. That's it. Unless there's ever an announcements. Seeing none, we're adjourned at 2:50.